Hey friends, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button. It's one of the most powerful ways you can help the channel grow. Every like, comment, and share that you leave in the first few hours of a video tells YouTube that our stories are worth pushing to a bigger audience. With your support, I know we can get to 25,000 subscribers by Halloween. Remember, we never have ads in the middle of our stories. And don't forget, if you want to rep The Darkest Hour, visit thedarkesthourYT.com for exclusive merch you won't find anywhere else. Thanks for being part of this journey. Now, on with the show. When you're a kid, the world is full of little hidden kingdoms. The crawl space under the porch, the woods behind the elementary school, the unfinished part of a neighbor's basement. For my friends and I, the best one was the space under the rickety aluminum bleachers at the town park. From the outside, it was just a set of benches overlooking a dusty baseball field. But underneath, it was a different world. It was a dusty, shaded cage where the light streamed through the open gaps, creating perfect bars on the ground. It always smelled like dry dirt, spilled soda, and a little bit of rust. It was our fort, our dungeon, our secret hideout. We'd spend hours under there, escaping the summer heat, telling ghost stories, and examining the lost treasures that we'd find. A forgotten baseball, a single rollerblade, a melted action figure. I must have been about 9 years old. It was a Tuesday in the middle of July, one of those scorching, boring afternoons where the air is thick and nothing is happening. My friends were all on vacation with their families, so I'd ridden my bike to the park alone, hoping to find someone to play with. The park was deserted. The only sound was the buzzing cicadas. After a while of doing whatever, I got bored. I decided to check for treasure under the bleachers. I ducked under the lowest bench and crawled into a cool, familiar darkness. The ground was littered with candy wrappers and popsicle sticks, as usual. But as my eyes adjusted, I saw something different. Way in the back, in the deepest, darkest corner where the bleachers met the concrete foundation, there was a neat little pile of things. It wasn't the usual random junk. This was a collection. There was a bright red kickball, a perfectly wound yo-yo, and a baseball glove that looked almost brand new. It was all arranged like a display in a store window. I thought, as a 9-year-old, jackpot. I'd never seen such good stuff back here. I started to crawl towards it, my knees getting dusty, and then I heard a voice. It wasn't loud. It was calm and soft. See something you like? I froze in a crawling position. The voice had come from the darkness right next to the pile. I squinted, and a shape slowly resolved itself out of the shadows. It was a man, sitting with his back against the concrete wall, his knees pulled up close to his chest. He was wearing a plain gray t-shirt and jeans. He looked totally normal, like somebody's dad, except for the fact that he was sitting in the dirt under the bleachers in the middle of a weekday. He smiled, and it wasn't a scary smile. It was a friendly one. "It's my collection," he said, his voice still quiet. "I find things people lose. I like to keep them safe." My 9-year-old brain was trying to figure out the situation. I knew about stranger danger, of course, but that was always a guy in a van offering you candy. This was different. This was my place. He was the one who didn't belong. I didn't say anything. I just stared. "That's a good glove, isn't it?" he said, nodding toward the baseball glove. "Hardly used. I bet you play, don't you? You look like a ball player." I just nodded, my mouth suddenly dry. The muffled sound of a car driving down the street outside the park seemed a million miles away. Under here, it was just me and him, and the cicadas buzzing in the background. You can have it if you want, he said, his smile widening a little. I'd like you to have it. I just need you to do me a small favor first. I stayed perfectly still. My back is a little stiff from sitting on this ground, he whispered, his voice becoming even softer. It's hard for me to reach. Could you just come a little closer and hand me that red ball right next to you? He hadn't moved a muscle. He was still sitting there, smiling his pleasant, normal smile. But every instinct in my body went off like a fire alarm. It was the way his eyes never left my face. It was the way that he was sitting so far back in the darkest part of the shade. It was the realization that he'd been waiting there, in silence, long before I ever showed up. He'd arranged his trap and was just waiting for a kid to wander into it. I didn't answer. I didn't even say no. I just scrambled backwards, kicking up dust, my heart hammering as I did. I crab walked as fast as I could until I was clear of the lowest bench. Then I got to my feet and ran. I ran and didn't look back. I ran past the empty swings across the baked grass to my bike. And I still didn't stop until I was pedaling my bike so hard the chain was rattling. I never told my parents. I was afraid that I'd get in trouble for being at the park alone. I never went under those bleachers again either. For the rest of the summer, every time I rode my bike past the park, I'd look over at them, feel a cold knot in my stomach. I'd imagine him sitting there in the dark and smiling, waiting. I don't know what would have happened if I'd crawled a few feet closer, but I'm glad I never found out. My son Leo is only about 18 months old, which means our apartment looks like a primary-colored bomb went off in it. We have all the latest and greatest noise-making, light-flashing, battery-draining plastic contraptions you can imagine. But his favorite toy, the one he drags around everywhere and won't sleep without, isn't any of those. It's a little scarecrow doll I found at a dusty antique mall upstate. It's made of burlap with mismatched buttons for eyes and a crudely stitched-on red yarn smile. When I first bought it, I had my mom make some adjustments, tightening the buttons, making it baby-proof, essentially. It's wearing a tiny flannel shirt that has straw sticking out of its cuffs. In its chest, there's one of those old-school squeeze boxes that's supposed to play a tune. The tag said that it was broken, but I didn't care. There was something folksy and charming about it. Leo loved him instantly, and I've named him Patchy. It's caught on. For the first month, everything was perfectly normal. Patchy was just part of the scenery, usually clutched in Leo's little fists. Then I started to hear the music. The first time I was in the kitchen washing bottles, the baby monitor was on the counter, and I heard a few faint, distorted notes coming through the static. It sounded like a music box, but slow and off-key, like the batteries were dying. I figured it was just interference, maybe picking up a neighbor's crib mobile, but I didn't think much of it. I thought more of it about a week later, and it happened again. Leo was in his playpen and I was on the couch, half asleep. I heard it clearly this time, coming from the playpen. It was the melody to You Are My Sunshine, but it was deeper and guttural, like a man humming the tune through a kazoo. It lasted for maybe 5 seconds and then stopped. I sat bolt upright. Leo was just chewing on his teething ring, not paying any attention. Patchy was lying on his back at the other end of the playpen. I picked the doll up and squeezed the chest. Nothing. Shook it around. It was just dead. There's a muffled thump from the device itself. I was so sleep-deprived, I convinced myself that I'd dreamed the music. But the real shift happened last week. Leo started saying a new phrase. He'd stand up at the window, point to the small patch of woods behind our apartment complex and say, clear as day, "Patchy, in the trees." He'd repeat it over and over. "Patchy in the trees, Patchy in the trees." My wife and I thought that it was cute, but weird, just random toddler speak. But then he started getting scared at night. He'd wake up screaming, pointing at the corner of his room where his toy box was. He'd only calm down if we took Patchy out of the room. This went on for 3 nights in a row. On the 4th night, I was woken up around 3 a.m. by the same distorted music. It wasn't coming through the monitor, though. It was coming from down the hall. It was coming from Leo's room, but it wasn't coming through the monitor. It was the full melody of "You Are My Sunshine," slow and dragging, in that same awful deep tone. It sounded like it was being played on a warped record. I flew out of bed and I burst into his room. The first thing I noticed was the chill. The window was wide open, the screen pushed out and hanging crookedly from one corner. Leo was standing up in his crib, sobbing and pointing. He was pointing at the windowsill. And before I could question why I hadn't heard Leo's screams through the monitor, I was looking at the windowsill, and Patchy was sitting there, perched on the edge, its little button eyes facing out into the darkness of the woods behind our building. One of its burlap legs was dangling over the 3-story drop to the ground. I grabbed Leo, but I just stared. The doll wasn't moving, but it felt aware, like I'd interrupted something. The distorted music finally wheezed to a stop. I snatched the doll off the windowsill, slammed the window shut, and took Leo into our room for the rest of the night. The next morning, I took Patchy, put him in a garbage bag, tied it shut, drove 10 miles to a public dumpster behind a strip mall, and buried him under a pile of garbage. I still have no idea what was happening here, obviously. But when Leo says, "Patchy in the trees, now," it doesn't sound cute. It sounds like a memory. And I can't shake the terrifying question that keeps me up at night. Was the doll trying to get out? Or was it trying to let something in? I'd really like to believe that getting rid of the doll was the right move. So that's what I choose to believe. For about 10 years, I worked as a land surveyor, mostly doing contract work for timber companies up in the Cascades. It meant a lot of time alone, deep in the woods, sometimes for days at a time. You get used to the sounds of the forest, the wind, the birds, occasional snapping of a branch that still makes you jump. You learn what's normal. This happened on a job mapping a remote section of land northeast of Darrington. I was about a mile from the nearest logging road, setting up my transit. It was dead quiet, one of those days where the air is so still that you can hear the blood in your own ears. I really didn't expect what I heard next. Someone calling my name. "Dave." It was clear as a bell. It sounded like my wife, which was impossible. She was at her desk job 80 miles away. I spun around, nothing. Just endless firs and ferns. I shook my head, and I blamed it on the wind, and got back to work. About an hour later, I heard the jingle of my own car keys. It was the exact sound that they make, the heavy Ford key clinking against the lighter house keys. The sound was coming from about 50 yards away, from a dense thicket of trees. I froze, listening. Then silence. Now I was on edge. I wasn't armed, but I grabbed the heaviest tripod leg and stood there for a minute, just listening. There was still nothing. I tried to work, but my focus was shot. And then I heard it again. Dave, honey, I think I twisted my ankle. Can you help? My blood actually ran cold. It was a perfect imitation of her voice, right down to the little tremble that she gets when she's scared. It was coming from deeper in the woods, away from the road and away from where I could see. Something wanted me to go looking. Instead, I called my wife. She didn't answer, of course. But a moment later, she called back. I said it was nothing and told her to go back to work. I had just started packing my gear, my hands shaking so bad I could barely buckle the case. As I worked, I saw a flicker of movement at the edge of my vision. In the shadows between two massive Douglas firs, something tall and stick-thin had shifted. I could see that it was pale, maybe brownish in color. It had been watching me. When it realized I'd seen it or thought I had, it just folded. It didn't run, it just sort of collapsed sideways, back into the trees and vanished. It was all completely unnatural. I left thousands of dollars equipment on the ground, ran the entire mile back to my truck without stopping, and realized I definitely would have to go back. And I did, but not alone. And I quit that job 2 weeks later. I don't know what was in those woods, but it knew that I was there. I mean, it knew me. It knew my sounds. It was trying to lure me in for sure. I've never experienced anything like that. Not before or since. And I know there's others out there that have experienced the same thing. It's just no one can seem to agree on what it is. So I'm a chronic procrastinator, which means I basically live at my university's 24-hour library during finals week. You get to know the other night owls, the same dozen students fueled by caffeine and despair. You also get to know the staff. There were 2 rotating night librarians. One was a friendly older guy named Bob, and the other one wasn't. She was a woman who looked to be in her 50s, tall, thin, always wore the same gray cardigan. I really only saw her a handful of times. She wasn't exactly friendly. I'm pretty sure she never said a word. She honestly never seemed to make any noise at all. You'd just look up from your textbook and she'd be there, standing at the end of the aisle. One night I watched her reshelving books. From a distance, it looked normal. But when I walked past, I noticed she was putting them all in the wrong places. A chemistry book in the poetry section. A history text in with the medical journals. They were all perfectly flush with the edge of the shelf, but they were nonsense. It was like she knew what a librarian was supposed to do, but didn't understand the why. I don't mean this in a rude way, but the creepiest part about her was her face. She had this placid, faint smile, always, but it never ever reached her eyes. They were just blank. My final night there, I was on the 3rd floor, which is mostly deserted. It was about 3:30 a.m. I dropped my pen, and it rolled under the desk. As I came back up, I glanced across the massive atrium to the other side of the building. She was standing over there, just looking at me. My heart just stopped. I'd never experienced that before. She smiled the same empty smile, but then her head started to turn, to follow me as I shifted my seat. But only her head. Her body and shoulders stayed perfectly still. She just rotated her neck like an owl, keeping her eyes locked on me. I threw my stuff in my backpack and basically ran for the exit. As I passed the main circulation desk on the 1st floor, I glanced up. She was there, at the 3rd floor railing, looking down at me. The next semester, when I'd go to spend a lot more time there, I was curious and I asked Bob about the other night librarian. He gave me a weird look and said, "It's just me, kid. Has been for years. Library can't afford a second night shift." I was sure he was messing with me. I described her perfectly. He sort of half smiled, and he asked if I was messing with him. He said it sounded like I was describing somebody that used to work there a long time ago. And then he said he wanted to show me something. And when he did, I about fainted, because the picture he was showing me was the woman that I'd seen, that I'd remembered. But she hadn't been there for 20, 30 years. But she was, in fact, the night librarian. So when people ask if I believe in ghosts, I say, yes, I do. When I was 8 years old, the woods behind our house felt endless. They ran down a long slope and ended at a narrow, muddy creek that cut right through the trees like a secret path. That creek was basically my whole life. I spent hours there, skipping rocks, building forts, trying to dam the water with sticks and stones. The air always smelled like pine and that damp earth. And when you're a kid, that kind of silence feels safe, especially with home nearby. One summer afternoon, I was knee-deep in the water, stacking rocks when I heard someone call out to me. "Hey, buddy," the voice said. "You okay over there?" It startled me. I hadn't heard anyone approach. I looked up and saw a man standing on the opposite bank. He was tall, wearing an old dark jacket and a wide-brimmed hat. The light behind him made it hard to see his face clearly, just the shape of him and the way he leaned slightly forward, watching me. It was clear. He didn't move closer. He just stood there and said, "You're not supposed to be out here alone, are you? Come on, it's not safe. The water's higher than it looks." I remember thinking that was strange, because the creek barely reached my ankles. I told him I wasn't alone, that my mom was home. He nodded like he already knew that, and then he said, "Your mom ought to be worried. How about we get you out and get you home now?" There was something about his voice, calm but urgent, like he was trying to convince me of something important without scaring me. I hesitated, and he raised a hand, the first movement he'd made. "It's okay," he said. "Just take it slow. Watch your footing." That's right, just like that. That was the part that sent a chill through me. The way he said it, like he wasn't really talking to me. I wasn't moving. I don't know why, but I suddenly felt cold all over. I turned and I ran through the trees, not stopping until I saw our porch light through the branches. My mom was outside when I burst from the woods. When I told her what happened, she went pale. She called my dad and then the sheriff. They searched the creek, but they found nothing. No footprints or tire tracks. There was no sign of anyone. A few months later, we moved away. My parents said it was for work, but I always suspected it had something to do with that day. I didn't think about it much when we were away. It just became one of those strange childhood memories that didn't make sense anymore. Until a few years ago, when I was going through some boxes of my parents' old things after they'd passed. Among the photos and keepsakes was folded a newspaper clipping. It was from 1947. The headline read, "Local farmer drowns trying to save child at creek." The article said that he jumped in after a young boy who'd fallen during the flood. The boy survived, but the man didn't. There was a photo of him, dark jacket, wide-brimmed hat. I sat there staring at the picture because I finally understood. All those years ago when I was playing by that same creek, I hadn't seen a living man at all. I'd seen the ghost of one, still standing near where he died, calling out the same words he'd spoken in his last moments. not trying to lure someone away, trying to save them. I was working sonar on a research vessel about 200 miles off the coast of Chile. We were mapping trenches, nothing flashy, just weeks of slow grid passes over black nothing. We'd been picking up odd returns for a couple of days, but nothing that we could confirm. That night, I was alone in the control cabin when I caught it. A deep ping from below. A return signal that wasn't ours. Not just noise. Rhythmic. Intentional. 4 pings. Then silence. 4 pings again. I radioed it in, but no one responded. And then I realized I hadn't heard anything on the comms in over 30 minutes. Not even static. I left the cabin and headed toward the galley. The halls were empty. Lights flickered. But that wasn't unusual. Power systems on the ship were old and faulty at times. The thing is, the whole ship was dead quiet. No footsteps, no engine hum. Just quiet. I reached the bridge. No one. No one on deck either. Just me. I tried the emergency phone. Dead. The escape boat. Still tied. Untouched. But the crane controls were active. Then the pings started again. Closer. I looked over the rail. I saw something massive surfacing. It didn't break the water, just shadows shifting underneath. A shape that never fully revealed itself. And then there was a sound. It wasn't mechanical or natural. I ran. I didn't stop running. Locked myself in the lower hull until morning. At sunrise, everyone was back. Eating breakfast. Like nothing had happened. No one remembered anything. Not the pings, not the silence. But when I pulled the sonar logs, those 4 pings were still there. And at 4:32 a.m., there was a 5th. I don't share this story as a warning or like it's a ghost story. It more lives closer to the way you carry a song stuck in your head, half-remembered, uninvited, always turning up when the radio goes quiet. It happened years back on an overnight run, and the only thing I know for sure are the things I saw with my own 2 eyes. The rest is memory, which is another country entirely. I was running east. The map on my dash, back when those screen units were a novelty. It told me to stay on the main route. I had every intention of doing just that, but there was construction. And then a detour sign shoved into the gravel like an afterthought, arrow pointing south. I didn't argue with it. The road narrowed, then narrowed again, and the darkness grew in tight until my high beams were the only proof the world still existed. There are stretches of this continent where the land goes blank. Not empty exactly, but carved down to the bone. 2 lanes, a ditch, a strip of trees that fold you into a tunnel. The air smelled like wet leaves and rust. I rolled the window to keep the glass from fogging and to keep myself honest, because cold air does more to a tired brain than coffee ever did. Maybe 20 minutes into the detour, the road leveled out and the trees broke, and I hit the approach to a bridge. The asphalt changed under the tires from an old patched-up blacktop to that smooth, lighter mix that you put down before a span, and my headlights raked up a trellis of steel, beams and gussets, triangle piled on triangle, rising over the water like a rib cage. It wasn't small. It wasn't new either. Painted once, long ago. Now faded to a dull color of winter sky, with rust blooming at the seams like freckles. I can still tell you the sound of it. I eased off the throttle and the engine settled, and the tires climbed from asphalt onto the grating. A hum that turned to a steady note, the way an empty bottle sings when you blow across it. The wind picked up out of nowhere, A steady push from the right to the left that nudged the trailer and then let it drift back again, below me. The water around moved, black and sure. No whitecaps or foam, just a wide, slow river pulling whatever it wanted east. The lights along the span were there but faint, a string of them mounted low, just bright enough to ghost the railings and throw little bruises of light onto the grating. Somewhere far ahead, red tail lights winked and disappeared behind the lattice, then winked again, like an old film skipping frames. I remember thinking that it was odd to see another vehicle on that detour, and then the thought passed and I just drove. A lot of nights blur. This one goes sharp. The steel felt close enough to touch. You could see the rivet heads, the places where the paint had slodged off. The handrails sat lower than expected. Thin spindles that wouldn't stop anything bigger than a hat. A goal, at least I think that was a goal, cut across my beams, and then it was gone. It was like a scrap of paper on the wind. The grating, it sort of sang, and the river refused to answer back. Halfway across, if there even is a halfway on something like that, I had the clear and simple thought that I'd crossed this bridge before. Not today, not last week, and not even this decade. It slid into place like a key in an old lock. I knew the curve halfway through the span where the decking tilted a hair to the left. I knew the way the last 50 yards snapped back onto asphalt so clean it clicked in your teeth. I knew the little shack that would sit just off the far end, the one with the soda machine outside that didn't take bills, only coins. It wasn't memory in the sense of I remember a day. It was memory like muscle, a thing your body knows without asking your head. The truck did the rest. It held the line. I reached the far end, and the grating gave way to quiet pavement, and I rolled past where the shack ought to be. There was a slab there, square as a stamp, but no building, just 4 bolts in concrete, capped and rusted, as if something had been unscrewed and lifted away long before I showed up. I know what comes next sounds like a trick of tired eyes, and I guess maybe it was, I'll give you that. But the road climbed a little, and the trees returned. I checked my mirrors out of habit, and for a second, the bridge was framed in the passenger mirror. Steel and shadow and the dingy necklace of light. But it was wrong. In the glass, it looked newer, cleaner, no rust. The walkway had a chain-link fence arched over it like a cage, and I could see someone's silhouette moving along it. Small, quick, a worker maybe, head down against the wind. I flicked my eyes to the driver mirror to catch it straight. Nothing. By the time I looked back, the passenger mirror offered only dark. I don't spook easy. There's enough real things to fear. Black ice, brake failure, a wrong move at the wrong moment. But my hands found the wheel at 10 and 2 without telling them to, and the muscle in my jaw went tight. I drove till the detour rejoined the good road, and the world felt ordinary again. And I was able to chalk it up to sleep and weather, and the human brain's bad habit of filling in the blanks with anything it can find. Morning did what morning does. I dropped my load, signed the papers, ate a sandwich, and forgot about the bridge. Until the return run sent me back the same direction. But then the detour signs had been moved around, who knows by whom, and I decided to skip it entirely. Up ahead, there was another way to the water on the route I knew. Flat, modern, wide enough for a football field. So I took it. 4 lanes, clean lines, the river wide and obvious on either side. No steel lattice or humming grates, no low lights. I told myself I must have taken some service road the night before, maybe cut onto an old crossing while the main road was slow. It happens. There are more back doors in this country than people realize. Curiosity is a disease that doesn't quit, though. It sat in the back of my head, picked at the seams. On my next trip through, weeks later, different cargo. Same general region. I left the highway a little early and followed the river. Daylight this time. There was no rain or construction barrels brightening the shoulder like party balloons. Just a two-lane that tracked the water's brown, slow curve. I drove with the window down. If there was an old steel bridge around, I'd see it. I did see a place where it might have been. There's the way an old crossing leaves a scar. High banks carved into ramps, trees thinner near the waterline, the road bending polite where it once squared up and shouldered across. On the near side, a short length of concrete. It had the stains of green and brown after things have been long damp. On the far side, across a broad, lazy reach, the same. You don't have to be an engineer to read it. You only have to pay attention. The river told the story and left out the ending. A man was fishing off the near bank, old enough to be weathered into place. He wore a cap with a logo I didn't recognize and a jacket the color of road dust. I asked him if there used to be a bridge there. He didn't answer right away. He reeled in, flicked the line back out, let it settle, and then he shrugged, like the question didn't have much to do with him, and he said, "Once." "How long ago?" I asked. He shook his head. "Before my time." I thanked him, which is a strange thing to do for half an answer, but I walked back to the truck. I stood there with the door open with one foot on the step, and I looked across the water until looking did nothing else for me. I could have turned in a dozen places and hunted records, asked a dozen gas stations, bothered a librarian, but the quiet part of me, the part that understands a thing is a thing, even if you can't pin it on a map, told the rest to sit down. Freight keeps moving. I kept moving. But the bridge came along too. It showed up in odd corners of my day, without asking. I'd hear the exact lift of the grating under the tires when I hit a small expansion joint on a different road. I'd watch the shadow of the lattice work crawl across the hood, even when there was only open sky above me. Sometimes in the half-sleep of a parking lot afternoon, the wind would hand me back the hum of the cold, and the thought would bloom, fractionally late, that I was high over black water again. Once, just to scratch the itch, I pulled the unit's map back up and tried to make it confess. I traced the detour, marked the time, divided the distance. If you follow those numbers long enough, they start to look like truth. On paper, the route that I took could not have put me on any crossing other than that big one, the modern one, concrete as a courthouse. The old span wasn't on the screen. It wasn't in the road atlas tucked behind my seat either. If it ever wore a name, the books had taken it back. I mentioned it to another driver that I trust, someone who doesn't make sport of other people's stories. He nodded like he'd been waiting for me to get around to it, and he said that he'd had a night like that once. He told me about a ferry that he swears he took across a river in the middle of the night, diesel engine thudding under him, the operator smoking and not speaking. He went back looking for it later, found a picnic ground with a historical marker, a black and white photograph of a boat that had shut down before he was born. I didn't laugh. He didn't ask me to. I guess reality is you pick up a lot out here. Not just miles, not just tricks for when to brake and when to trust your mirrors. You collect sudden quietnesses. Places where the air goes thin, hours that feel borrowed from the wrong side of the clock. If you stick with the job long enough, you start to accept that you can be right about a thing without being able to prove it. If you pushed me, I could still draw you the bridge. I could draw you the way the beams came together at the crown to make the cage of triangles. I could draw the way the paint was eaten along the edges where the water and the elements had lived too long. I could draw the little lights running like a tired string of pearls, the sounds made over the water. I could draw the rivet heads, the shadows that they cast on the uprights, and I could show you exactly where a worker's silhouette walked. Except I can't promise you that there was a man there at all. Might have been the trick of a reflection. Might have been my memory trying to put a person into place where everything else had been taken away. I've had people tell me kindly that it was another bridge. They pull out their phones and tap and swipe, offering me photographs. Photographs of bridges that are just not quite right. I agree with them because it costs nothing to agree and it saves everyone time. But later, when the cab is quiet and I have time to think to myself, I see the one that I crossed. It floats up complete and exact. My hands make the same adjustments they made that night without realizing it. I ease through a turn that isn't there. Maybe there used to be a bridge, or some part of it is still hanging around for someone who needs it. Maybe it was never there, and I timed the detour exactly wrong, crossed a place that was only in the process of remembering itself. Maybe I was the only man who needed to get across a river, and the river, being what it is, offered me a way. I don't offer it to you as proof. I offer this story more as a memory, with a strong spine and soft edges. I can tell you how it sounded. I can tell you how the wind was. And I can tell you the shape of the dark on the water. And I can for sure tell you about the obstinate certainty that I had done this before, and that I would again, and had already done it in some other line of my life. On the nights when the map speaks with confidence and the road goes exactly where it's supposed to, I'm grateful. On the rare nights where it doesn't, I don't fight as hard as I used to. If a detour sign points me down a seam in the world, I follow it. I keep both hands on the wheel. If the grating hums under the tires and the steel climbs over me with its old bones, I give the truck enough room to breathe, and I listen to what the river is saying, or what it's not saying. And when I reach the far side, if there's a slab where a shack should be, I don't take it personally. I mark the 4 rusted bolts with my eyes, like a man reading a name he doesn't know how to pronounce. And then I drive on, back into the ordinary, which is a kind of grace. And I let the bridge do what memories do best. Exist quietly, even when nothing else will swear to it. When I was growing up, my mom would take me and my sister sailing on most weekends. The tradition started a few months after my dad died. I guess it was her way of trying to take our mind off of things, and the habit just kind of stuck. Sometimes we would spend a night out at sea. We all loved to watch the sunset and rise over the open water. For really nice nights, we would make our beds on the deck and watch the shooting stars while we fell asleep. On one of those nights, we all woke up to a high-pitched whirring noise and a big, swirling, flashing light shooting out of the sky. It came down so fast. 1 second it was in the sky, and then it was crashing into the ocean, maybe 100 yards from us. It hit so hard that the waves nearly knocked our boat over, and we got soaked by the overflow. When we looked over at where the lights went down, there was an object, almost as big as our boat, floating in the ocean. It was glowing, but with a softer light than what had shot across the sky. I don't know what to call its shape. It had at least 4 sides just from what we could see, so maybe octagonal once you included the other side. It rose into 4 tall peaks, and each one had dark window-like panes circling around the top. My sister and I were more fascinated than afraid. I was only 11, she was 9, so we didn't really understand what was happening, or what could have happened. But our mom was terrified, even though she didn't show it. Over the years, she only spoke of this incident a handful of times, but when she did, she described it as the worst night of her life. Her first instinct was to get us the hell out of there, but she was afraid of drawing attention to us. Ultimately, she couldn't be sure if she decided it was best to stay still, or if she was just frozen with fear. Then one of the spires opened up, and 3 blinding white spherical shapes emerged and started circling what I'm just going to call the UFO, because what the hell else do you call this thing? They would stop at certain points like they were interacting with it, likely making repairs from what we could see or theorize. After a few minutes of this, they went back inside. I'm not sure if they didn't notice us or didn't care that we were there, but as soon as the top closed, the UFO lit up super bright again, like when it was in the sky, and it shot straight up. It was so fast, it looked like a shooting star as it disappeared back among the stars and out of sight. My sister and I thought that we saw a magic show. We were so excited, we didn't understand why our mom stayed up the rest of the night, or why she made us leave at the crack of dawn. We do now, obviously. We still went sailing a lot after that, but we never went out quite that far again. I've been behind the wheel most of my life, long-hauling loads back and forth across the country. I don't really believe in tall tales. Ghosts, UFOs, Bigfoot. None of that ever mattered to me. The road's pretty dangerous without worrying about monsters in the woods. But I did see something once. Never been able to put it away. It was about 15 years ago, late fall, up in northern Washington. I'd taken a load along Route 2, one of those long stretches where the road runs tight with the trees. There's no lights or towns, just black forest pressing against the shoulders, and the occasional break where moonlight spills across the wet asphalt. It was just past midnight, and I was running steady. Windows cracked to keep me sharp, radio low. The world was quiet, but I was awake. But out of the corner of my eye, something moved in the tree line. At first, I thought it was a bear. They wander out there sometimes, especially in the colder months, looking for food. But when I slowed a little, and I looked closer, I was shocked. This thing wasn't on all fours. It was upright, running just inside the tree line, keeping pace with the truck. I told myself, definitely not real. Shadows, playing games. But the more I looked, the clearer it got. A massive figure, 7, maybe 8 feet tall, covered in hair that looked slick and dark in the moonlight. Its arms were pretty low, too low for a man, I remember thinking, and it moved with a speed that didn't make sense for something that size. Then it broke cover fully. It stepped out of the trees into the wash of my headlights. For a split second, the whole thing was lit. Broad chest, thick shoulders, hair matted like wet fur, and eyes that caught light like an animal's. It actually froze in the lane, staring at me. I don't know if it was just as shocked as I was, or curious, or just daring me to keep coming. The truck felt suddenly too small, like I was crawling past something that could reach out and peel the cab open if it wanted. But then just as quick, it turned and bolted back into the woods. 1 stride, maybe 2, and it was gone, swallowed by the trees and that darkness. Pretty sure I drove another mile before I remembered to breathe. My heart was hammering so loud it was now officially drowning out the engine. I didn't stop. I didn't pull over to check tracks or try to prove anything. I just kept driving, eyes fixed straight ahead. People always ask if I'm sure of what I saw, and I tell them the truth. I don't know what I saw, but I know it wasn't a bear, and it wasn't a man. And in that moment, when our eyes met in the beams of my headlights, I felt smaller than I ever have in my entire life. That was the only time. I've run that stretch of road plenty since, but I've never seen anything like it again. Still, I wonder, what the hell did I see? Last year I had to travel for work. Just a 2-day conference at a mid-sized hotel in a city that I'd never been to before. I didn't exactly look forward to these trips, just packing business clothes in one half of my suitcase and sweatpants in the other, but I was always excited for the free breakfast buffet. This hotel was old, not in a charming historic way, but in a slightly too dark, vaguely lingering smell way. The carpets were patterned to hide stains, and it was a kind of busy swirl that looked different depending on how tired your eyes were. My room was fine, bed, desk, TV mounted too high on the wall, but the bathroom immediately felt off. Stuffy, like the air had been sitting in there for way too long. Even with the fan on, it felt heavy, like it didn't want me in there. It was dark and dingy, sorta like the rest of the hotel, but worse. The first night while I was brushing my teeth, I realized it was darker in there than it should have been. The light above the mirror worked, but it cast shadows down instead of out. I stepped into the hall and flipped on the extra lamp near the closet, hoping it would brighten things up. When I turned back to the mirror, I was horrified. A lock of my hair, thick enough to see, was standing straight out, as though someone was holding it between their fingers. I don't scare easily, but it made my stomach jump, and my instinct took over. I whipped my head down to shake it free, only it didn't fall. There was resistance, a tug like something was still holding on. That was enough for me. I yanked my hair loose from this phantom. I grabbed my jacket and practically bolted downstairs. The hotel bar was nearly empty, and though my mouth tasted like toothpaste, I needed a drink. So I ordered that drink, trying to act casual, but I must have looked shaken because the bartender asked if everything was okay. I told him the truth, or part of it. I said that the bathroom, felt strange, like the air was bad in there. I joked about how maybe the hotel was haunted. He smirked and said, "You wouldn't be the first guest to say that." Well, that set me on edge, but he quickly waved it off. It's an old place, drafty. People love to scare themselves. It happens a lot. I've worked here 10 years and I've never seen anything. He said it with such confidence that I almost believed him. By the time I finished my drink, I'd convinced myself I'd overreacted. I thanked him and went back upstairs, told myself I just needed to sleep. For a while it worked. I fell asleep fast, the way you do after travel and one too many drinks. But then I woke up. It was exactly 3:30 a.m. The clock glowed red from the nightstand, the brightest thing in the room. At first, I didn't know why I was awake, but then I heard it. Banging. I shot upright with my heart pounding out of my chest. The sound was so loud and so sudden, I thought someone was trying to break into the room. My eyes went straight to the front door, but it was quiet there and untouched. The banging came again. It was from inside, the bathroom door. I can't describe how bad that felt. It wasn't the sound of a fan kicking on. It was fists, someone pounding on the other side of that closed door. My brain did that thing where it kept trying to explain it away. Maybe the neighbors, maybe something with the plumbing, but no. The sound was inside my room. I couldn't bring myself to open the door. I didn't even want to get close. I threw on my clothes, grabbed a bag, and left. Not the hotel, not yet. I had a job to do. I went down to the 24-hour gym, the only place with lights on and other people occasionally coming and going. I stood on a treadmill with my phone in my hand like I was ready to call someone, though I wouldn't have known what to say. I stayed there until I got my breakfast buffet. And then I went in, ate in silence, and forced myself back upstairs, only long enough to shower and change for my work event. I looked like a zombie in the mirror, hair still damp, eyes rimmed red. I avoided that bathroom as much as I could, brushing my teeth in the corner like a kid afraid of the dark. That night after the conference wrapped up, I didn't go back. I found a chain hotel near the airport, the kind with bland lighting, rooms that smelled faintly like cleaning. It felt soulless in a way that was comforting. I haven't really thought much about that trip since, except for when people ask me if I've ever had a ghost experience, kind of like this forum. I don't know what I believe, but I do know this. I'll never forget the feel of my own hair being held by something that wasn't there, or the sound of fists pounding on the bathroom door that no one was behind. A few years ago, a guy that I'd been dating called me in the middle of the night. His name is Pierre, and that night, he and his friend Eric had taken a variety of drugs. They'd had far too much of probably everything, and by the time Pierre's number lit up my home screen, he was in the middle of a bad trip, and Eric was no longer with him. But he couldn't remember how or when they'd lost one another. His jittery, scared voice was endearing in a way that I couldn't really describe. We were early in our relationship, and I still had those butterflies, so I was eager to jump into action and go rescue him. I asked where he was. He told me that he was hiding in a bush behind a gas station. Okay, those obscure coordinates were actually pretty helpful, because there's only one gas station on the reservation. So I'm like, bet, I'm gonna come pick you up. My house was about 15 minutes from the reservation, and then probably another 7 to the gas station itself. Keeping Pierre on the phone, I got in my car, and I started driving his way. I asked him why he was hiding in the bushes, but his whispers were too close to the mic, making it sound all garbled. I told him to get his mouth off the phone and speak slower. But even then, at that time, I didn't understand what Wendigo meant. He started to get worked up on the phone again. I tried to calm him down, repeating that everything's okay, I'm on my way. When I got to the reservation lines, it was eerily quiet that night. The houses I drove by all had their lights off, even the outside lights. There's already not many street lights on the sidewalks out there, not many sidewalks either. That being said, it was extremely dark. My headlights and the big moon were the only things glowing out there. That was until I got closer to the town center, and the gas station looked like a quest beacon. On the phone, I can hear Pierre saying, "Is that you? Is that your car?" But I can't immediately see what bush he's in. Then I hear him start to get all riled up, breathing heavy. He says, "It found me." I start to drive the perimeter of the gas station, and as I round the corner, there's a huge deer just standing there super still, next to a blue metal trash bin. It didn't react when my headlights shined on it. The deer's eyes stayed fixated on a patch of bushes right behind the bin. I said, "Bingo. Pretty sure I know what bush you're in, Pierre." I throw the car into park, but I leave the keys in the engine. Then Pierre says, "Don't get out. Stay there." Hearing that makes me think, oh cool, I'm gonna see him crawling out of the bushes. I wouldn't have to crawl in to get him. A few seconds go by and I don't see any movement from the bushes in front of me. The deer catches my attention again. Its jaw was moving like it had been eating out of the trash, and I wondered what it was chewing on. I was shocked to see parts of the deer's jawbone were fully exposed through torn skin. Its whole body looked damaged, like it had recently had a run-in with a cougar. The fur was patchy. Some of it could have been hanging there simply from the amount of blood that had caked on the skin, like camouflage skin with brown and gray red blotchy patterns. The jaw wasn't the only bones exposed either. I could see parts of its ribs. The deer was deathly thin as it was, but there were gaps that were missing from it, like bites had been taken out of it. The more I looked at it, the more injuries I couldn't help but notice. I didn't understand how this thing was still alive, standing. It was really sad to look at. I love animals, and seeing this poor deer broke my heart. But it didn't act like the wounds affected it. The antlers on its head weren't like anything I'd ever seen either, and my sympathy turned to something else. I'd always known deer antlers to spread out almost like tree branches, but the horns on this one looked like sharpened spears, all tilted in the same direction, like a spike pit, jetting forward from its head. None of what I was looking at sat right with me. The more I looked at it, the more I began to feel fear over anything else. I got nervous that Pierre would burst out from the bushes at any moment, spook the deer, and in turn it would impale him with its antlers. I started to feel my heart race and anxiety set in. I was breathing just as hard as Pierre was on the phone. There was still a part of me that didn't want to honk the horn to get the deer to leave. As unsettling as it looked, I didn't want to startle it, have it hurt itself more, or hurt someone else. It wouldn't budge, though. Even when I put the car into drive and slowly crept up to it, the sound of my approaching tires on the ground wasn't enough to perk an ear in my direction. With how shredded it looked, I began to think that it may also have been deaf. Only way to find out was to honk. I pressed my hand to the center of my steering wheel and slowly begin to apply pressure until I hear the horn squeak. I can also hear its echo through the phone, meaning Pierre was very close. I hadn't laid eyes on him yet, though. The first honk didn't affect the deer in the slightest. A heavier push didn't either. I then tried hitting my horn full blast, intending to stay in that position until the deer showed any sort of reaction. I counted 3 seconds laying on the wheel before the deer finally turned its head slightly. Now its eyes were looking in my direction. Not just my direction, but the deer locked eyes with me. There's an unnecessary detail I usually choose to omit in this story, because just the deer itself was overall terrifying. Not one part of it looked soft or pettable, but the eye that it was staring back at me with, it looked almost human. I don't know. There was a lot of white area around the BB-sized black pupil, looking right at me, like eyes behind a mask. Though what I was staring at clearly wasn't a mask, I honked again, and its head tilted a little further my way. There was a bend in its neck, like the bones underneath were broken, and its head shifted with a sickening bobble and grinding sound as it turned towards me. The deer had all of the features of late decomposition, and I had an abrupt realization that the thing standing in front of my car wasn't what I thought it was. Its body and hooves stayed pointed toward the bushes, but its head had turned almost 90 degrees to face me head-on. Here's another unnecessary detail. I'm not religious. I've never felt the warmth of Jesus. And up until that night, I'd logically say that I've never felt the warmth of the latter. But looking at that deer, the way that it made me feel, I believed without a doubt a voice in my head told me, hey, that feeling's because I'm in the presence of something pure evil. Literally an indescribable, once-in-a-lifetime sensation, like seeing a UFO or discovering that the tooth fairy's real or something. But instead of a childlike excitement, I felt a childlike sense of horror. Small, helpless, unable to comprehend what was going on. Like my vocabulary didn't have the words for what I was looking at. My mind was emptied of any ideas of what to do next besides tremble. But then Pierre surfaced from the bushes at a full tilt sprint. He wasn't sprinting towards my car, but a quick glance in my direction let me know that he at least saw me there. With its head still twisted towards me, the deer's body takes off in the opposite direction, in pursuit of Pierre. Its head was still pointing at me when it turned the corner. I tell myself I need to put the car into drive, and I search for the gear shift like I was driving the family minivan. Truly disoriented, I couldn't figure out where it was. My inside voice was screaming too loudly for me to make thoughts. Building ideas was like a house of cards I kept knocking down, interrupting myself with that inside voice screaming, "Oh my God, that evil thing looked at me. How do I get this out of park? Oh my God, that evil thing looked at me. I need to get out of here." And then boom. Pierre dives into the back seat of my car. He grabs the automatic stiff shift in between the seats in front of him. Almost like the drugs he was on gave him a psychic ability to know exactly what I needed. It could have been seen as a reckless maneuver, acted on by a man tripping. Either way, he's screaming, "Go, go, go," and my foot moves off the brake onto the gas, and I'm locked in like Fast and Furious. The deer didn't chase after the car, but in the rearview mirror, what I'd been calling a deer was standing upright, and it looked like its chest cavity was split open. The amount of light provided at the gas station reflected off the textured rib cage. It watched our car until we were out of view, and I could no longer see it from the mirrors anymore. So, later, Pierre tells me that we encountered something called a Wendigo, and I'm pretty sure that it constitutes as a cryptid. So I'm not trying to deceive anyone, just wanting a cryptid story, because that's where that part of the story mostly ends. No matter what happened after, that part was the cryptid portion. But if you're interested in what happened to Pierre's friend, Eric, I've told this part so many times I could sum it up to the details because it's a terrible, unfortunate situation all by itself. That being said, I'm not looking for anyone to be like, "Wow, this girl must be a bitch because she's talking about it so casually." But I need it to be known, if only for my shallow ego, I'd only been dating Pierre for a few months, and I had no clue who Eric was at the time, and it's all incredibly tragic. But in terms of shaken to the core, life-changing, that was the Wendigo, hands down. This was, well, incredibly tragic. So, that night, I drove Pierre back to my house. Remember, I'm completely sober. And after the 15-minute drive home, I kinda came back down to earth a little bit. And I knew that Pierre was still tripping pretty hard in the back seat. So when we got home, I pulled him out of the back seat of my car, and the front of his shirt was covered in blood. I think that it's his blood, but checking him up and down in the bathroom, I can't see any visible cuts or scrapes on his body. He didn't know where it came from either. It was weird. But it had been a weird night, and this had been the least of it, so I let it go. Pierre couldn't sleep that night, and I was forced to stay awake with him on account of it. The question of whose blood was on the shirt, it would be answered by a group of police officers kicking my cheap front door off its hinges with an arrest warrant for Pierre. Because before he'd been chased by the Wendigo, and hours before he'd called me to pick him up, he and Eric would take a lot of drugs, PPP included. Well, on account of all that, Pierre stabbed his friend upward of 75 times, maybe, with one of those wine bottle corkscrew things. He didn't even remember doing it, but literally still had the murder weapon stuffed into his pocket of his jeans. All of this completely unrelated to the Wendigo incident, but that whole part usually gets omitted because people only want to hear about the murder case or ask if the Wendigo was a shared hallucination. Some people even insinuating that I was right there with him all night, doing drugs and uncorking his friend. It all just feels like a bit too much all at once. I'm sure if you've made it here, you understand what I mean. And yes, I broke up with him while he was in jail. Our first phone call was the last. I know Pierre didn't get a full life sentence in prison, some big number though. But he can outlive it. I know that. But I guess he's none of my business past this. And now it's none of all of our business, and you can move on with your life just like I did. I used to work at a speakeasy. Obviously, I can't tell you where it is, secrets and all that. But I'll tell you this much. It's still around, still open, still pouring drinks, and I've never worked anywhere quite like it. I don't mean one of those fake Instagram-y looking speakeasies where you push through a phone booth to get to some neon-coated cocktail lounge. I mean, this place was actually a speakeasy during Prohibition. The front has changed over the decades. Restaurants, stores, even an office space at one point. But the basement never left. That basement was where I worked. Brick walls, low ceilings, lighting that makes everyone look a little better after 2 drinks. We leaned into the old school vibe. Strong cocktails, candlelight, and music that feels like it belongs in the room. People loved it. But here's the thing about working in a space like that. You start to feel the history. And sometimes the history literally feels you back. Of course, I'll explain. During Prohibition, the basement had been the kind of spot that people only whispered about. You couldn't and wouldn't just stumble in. You had to know someone. The door was hidden, and once you were inside, you had live jazz, poker tables, bathtub gin, the whole 9 yards. But the good times didn't last in this little spot. In the late 1920s, the place got raided. The story goes that the feds kicked down the door. People panicked, bottles smashed, tables overturned. And somewhere in the chaos, a man was shot. No one agrees on whether it was a gangster, a customer, or just some poor guy in the wrong place at the wrong time. All they say is that he was wearing a dark suit and never made it out of that basement. My first night, when I first started there, the other bartenders gave me the usual new hire warnings. Not about showing up late or skimming tips, about the ghosts. They told me, if you're closing alone, don't hang out too long after the last customer leaves. And if you hear music when the bar's dead silent, just let it play. I remember sort of laughing. I thought I was just part of the shtick. Every old bar has its ghost story, right? But my first real closing shift, weeks later, I found out they weren't joking. I was wiping down the counters, counting the till. I started to notice something. Faint music. Not from the speakers, they'd been off for a half an hour. And not from upstairs. The place above us was closed too. It was jazz. Old, scratchy. Like it was bleeding through from another time entirely. A trumpet. Low and lazy. With piano underneath. It was so soft at first I thought that maybe I was imagining it. But then it just swelled. Enough to make me stop what I was doing and listen. And then just like that it cut off. Dead silence. I told myself old building, weird things. But that explanation felt thinner than the walls I was working under. A few weeks later I was restocking bottles near the hallway that led to the bathroom. I looked up and was stunned. There was a man standing in the hallway, tall, broad shoulders, wearing a dark suit. The longer I looked, I realized he wasn't solid. Not see-through exactly, but like the edges of him were blurred. He didn't move towards me, he just paced slowly, from one end of the hallway to the other. I called out, thinking maybe it was a customer who'd wandered back. But as soon as the words left my mouth, he was gone. He didn't walk away, he just disappeared. As I was leaving that night, I mentioned it to one of the servers, trying to sound casual. She gave me this look and said, "Oh, so you've met him." Like she was waiting for me to bring it up. Apparently everyone who works there sees him eventually. always in the hallway, always pacing. So the stories they told me on the first day weren't bullshit, because I saw it for myself. It wasn't just him either. Glasses would slide down the bar when no one was near them. He'd set a bottle on a shelf, turn to grab another, and the first one would clatter to the floor. Customers sometimes mentioned seeing an extra man in the mirror, the one behind the bar, even when there was no one standing where they swore he'd been. But that music, it always happened. Always late, always after stragglers were gone. Sometimes just a trumpet, others a full band. Always jazz, always from nowhere. One night, the entire staff had heard it. We were having a team meeting, sitting around, some counting tips, others talking, when the faint sound of a sax drifted through the room. We all stopped talking at the same time. We listened as it built for maybe 30 seconds, then cut off in the middle of a note. None of us said a word. We just got back to our work, continued our conversations. I didn't quit because of the hauntings. Honestly, part of me loved it. The idea that I was working in the same place that people had been laughing, drinking, hiding from the law a century ago. It gave the job weight. Like we were just the next act in a show that never really ended. But I'll never forget that man in the suit. I only saw him once, but I can still picture the way he walked. Slow and deliberate. From a different time, honestly. And like he'd been pacing that same hallway for 100 years. So is he the gangster? Just a poor guy, wrong place, wrong time. Maybe both, maybe neither. All I know is I never really got to see him again. I guess he just wanted to introduce himself. I don't usually take the bus. Where I live, if you have a car, you usually drive. But mine was in the shop after I hit a pothole big enough to swallow the rim, so I found myself waiting at a stop that I'd never actually used before. It was late, just after 9, but the streets were already empty. The bus came slow, brakes squealing like a scream before it actually stopped. Inside was half empty. I chose a seat toward the back by the windows. There were probably 6 or 7 other riders. An old man nodding off with grocery bags at his feet. 2 girls in scrubs comparing notes about their shifts. A kid scrolling on his phone. Normal people, normal night. Until this woman got on. The first thing I noticed was her hair. It looked wet, but not from the rain. Wet like she'd come out of a pool, dripping onto her collar. She wore a long wool coat, even though it wasn't coat weather. She covered her face with a scarf and glasses. When she walked past, I swear, I got chilly. She sat down 2 rows in front of me on the aisle, but she turned to face me. I didn't pay her much mind until the bus started moving again, when she turned her head just enough to catch me in her peripherals. It felt odd. She wasn't full-on staring, but angled so that I could feel the weight of it. You know the sensation when someone's eyes are on you, even if they're behind you. It was that times 10. I shifted in my seat because I was literally uncomfortable. I looked out the window and told myself not to be paranoid, but when the bus hit the next red light, I risked a glance back at her. She was smiling. And I know it sounds corny, but it was a wide smile. I didn't like it. Her lips stretched like the skin couldn't quite contain the grin. Her eyes were pale. For a second, I thought maybe she was just amused at something else, a private joke. But the smile didn't break. When the light turned green and we started moving again, she fully turned in her seat, looking right at me. And then she said, "I'm the beast." Just like that. Calm, as if she were saying her name. The words didn't make sense at first, and my brain did this weird stutter. like when your computer freezes and the cursor refuses to move. Even though I didn't feel good after she said it, I half expected her to laugh afterwards, like it was a prank. But she didn't. She just kept looking at me, smiling. Nobody else on the bus seemed to react. The girls in scrubs were still chatting, I could hear that much. The older man was asleep. It was like the sentence hadn't landed anywhere except directly in my ears. I wanted to scoff or roll my eyes, maybe chalk it up to mental illness, but here's the thing. When she said it, I felt it. That heaping heaviness. It was the same kind of pressure that I'd felt years ago in a basement I wasn't supposed to be in. Even though it was a memory from a long time ago, it hit like a fresh bruise. It was settling in my chest and making each breath counted. She didn't say another word, though. I don't think she needed to. The smile stayed until the bus pulled up to the next stop. Then she stood, coat whispering across the aisle, and walked off. I thought she'd vanished into the night like a ghost on the street, but instead she stepped onto the sidewalk and walked towards the lit storefront of a liquor store. The bus pulled away and I kept my eyes on her through the glass until we rounded a corner and she was gone. I figured I was probably being dramatic. Maybe she was just a runny-haired and charmingly random person. But the heaviness stayed. My palms were damp for the rest of the ride. I couldn't shake the feeling that she'd seen everything that I was trying to hide, even though I didn't know what I was trying to hide. I got off a few stops later because my phone said I needed to transfer. I figured I'd walk the last bit home. I needed air and light, and the act of putting distance between myself and whatever the hell had just happened seemed great. The night smelled like exhaust and warm metal. The city was quieter than the bus had been. Someone had dimmed the soundtrack out here, or again, maybe I was paranoid. I cut through the main drag, past a 24-hour deli, past a laundromat with the lights on full blast, and past a church whose doors were closed. It should have taken me 20 minutes to walk up to where I needed to be. I glanced at my watch. 9:40. I kept a steady pace, not looking back because that's when you get yourself into trouble. About 15 minutes into the walk, near a small square on the other side of town, an area with a bakery and a public bench, nowhere near the liquor store that the woman had walked towards, I saw her again, standing under a lamppost, hands shoved into her coat, hair still damp. She was watching the street with the same slow, patient smile. For a second, I thought I'd misread the map. The bus route and the time didn't add up. There's no way that she could have walked from that liquor store to that square in that amount of time, basically beating me there. Not possible. The bus route didn't stop near the square either. I checked my phone, covertly, like a person about to be proven wrong. Time matched up. No bus shortcuts and no reason that she should be there. My body was basically liquid, and I felt every hair prickle up. The memory of the basement, everything I'd felt on the bus, it felt attached to this living person. She looked up as I passed, and that same smile was there, but I didn't look. I could feel that she really wanted me to, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. I walked by without a glance, keeping my eyes on the ground until the bakery's bell chimed and I forced myself to breathe. When I finally risked looking over my shoulder, she was gone. That's the part that doesn't let me really rest. I guess it wasn't the words, "I'm the beast," but that impossible second sighting. She stepped off a bus and then, in less time than it should have taken, she was across town. You can call that a trick of the light or a coincidence or whatever, but I don't know what to call it. All I know is what I felt. Something bad. Evil. But I never saw her again, and I still take the bus when I have to. So yeah, of course, naturally, every time I do take the bus, I look for her. This is one of those experiences that's left me wondering what might have happened if I hadn't trusted my gut. I've been on the road for long enough to know when a situation feels off. And that night, it felt worse than off. It felt like I'd almost ended up another name on a list somewhere. This was around 99, 2000. I was hauling down I-40, somewhere between Oklahoma City and Amarillo. I'd just fueled up at a truck stop outside of Clinton. I was planning to drive another 3 or 4 hours before resting. Not long after I emerged back onto the highway, a rig eased up behind me. Big Peterbilt, chrome shining in the moonlight, running lights strong across the cab like a carnival ride. He slid in behind me, close but not dangerously close, and called me up on the CB. "Westbound. You mind some company?" Friendly enough. We all convoy once in a while. Keeps you sharp, gives you someone to talk to. I keyed up and said sure, no problem. The guy introduced himself as Red Dog. I gave my handle, and that should have been that. But from the start, something about his voice was on edge. Put me on edge. It was too smooth, too interested. He kept asking questions. Not the usual chatter about weather or way stations. Personal stuff. Where was I headed? What was I hauling? How often did I run that route? Did I have family? Now, most drivers will tell you flat out, we don't get that personal with strangers. We keep it light. But Red Dog pressed, circling back whenever I gave vague answers. I shrugged it off. Maybe he was just lonely. Maybe he didn't know better. But as the miles rolled by, the conversation took a turn. "You sound tired," he said. "Bet you could use a break. I know a good spot a few exits up. Quiet little pull-off. Safer than the truck stops, if you catch my drift." That right there set alarms off in my head. I wasn't tired. I sure as hell hadn't said I was. I mumbled something non-committal, said I planned to push through. He chuckled, low and slow. "Suit yourself. Long road ahead, though. Easy to make mistakes when you're wore out." The way he said it wasn't concern. It was suggestive. Like he was picturing me nodding off, running off the road. I tried changing the subject, asked about his rig, his run. He gave short, vague answers, like none of it mattered. Then, out of nowhere, he said, "You ever hear about those fellas been going missing out this way?" I didn't answer, but I broke a sweat. He laughed. "Don't worry. Not everybody disappears. Just the unlucky ones." By now, he was still hanging back in my mirror, headlights steady, never passing, never falling behind. I sped up a little, testing him. He matched me, like we were tethered. Slowed down, he slowed down too. That stretch of I-40 has long gaps between exits. The one coming up was nothing but a dark 2-lane leading south. As we neared it, his voice crackled through again. "Here we go. Go ahead. Take that one. Nice and quiet." I muttered something about staying on schedule. Tried to keep my tone flat. He just chuckled again. "You'll wish you had." That was enough for me. I reached over, switched my CB off entirely, focused on the road. He stayed behind me for another 15 miles. And then, just like that, he was gone. No exit nearby. No turn-off he could have taken. One moment there, the next, empty highway. I genuinely think he just pulled over, turned off his lights, waiting for someone else to follow. I don't think this guy was a ghost. I drove another 2 hours before stopping, parked under the bright lights of a busy truck plaza. I didn't sleep much that night. Weeks later, I caught wind of chatter about drivers disappearing along that corridor. Nothing in the papers, but word travels between truckers. A guy out of Arkansas hadn't made his delivery. Another had left a stop and never arrived. Folks speculated everything from bandits to a rogue cop or something darker. I can't prove Red Dog had anything to do with it. For all I know, he was just some creeper looking for kicks. But I know how it felt. Predatory. Like he'd done this dance before. I still run I-40 sometimes, but I don't answer every friendly voice on the CB, nor do I hardly use it anymore. Not unless I know them. Out here, you get a lot of lonely people looking for connection, but sometimes you get something else. And when my gut tells me something isn't right, I listen. Because that night, I'm convinced it saved my life. I never really gave much thought to Bigfoot, Sasquatch, or any of those kinds of things. Not until we bought our cabin a while back. Modest place, older construction, sits at the far edge of our property line, where the tree line thickens and doesn't stop. The entire back of the land is bordered by Olympic National Park, not the part where the welcome signs and parking lot maps live. I mean the deep part, the unmaintained part, miles and miles of wilderness that's almost completely untouched. There aren't even trails through this particular part. No reason for anyone to go out there unless they're a hardcore backpacker or trying to get lost on purpose. When we first bought the place, I didn't think entirely about what that meant. I just saw quiet woods and privacy. No neighbors, no traffic. It seemed perfect. But almost immediately after moving in, I started noticing things. Little things at first. The forest around here is dense, like can't see more than 10 feet ahead dense. If you're not on a clear path, you're wading through ferns taller than your waist and brush that pulls at your arms. It's really beautiful, but it does feel like it's swallowing you. And more than once while walking my dog near the property line, I got the strong sense that something was there. I'd stop and listen, try to hear movement, but nothing. Not a bird or a branch. Just this low, pressing quiet. Made me want to turn around and head back inside. It's wise to keep your head on a swivel. There are mountain lions to worry about after all. But then there were the knocks. I didn't know what they were at first. They were just these loud, sharp cracks, like someone smacking a bat against a tree. I assumed at first it was distant construction, maybe some kind of animal fighting, but they would come at odd times. Midnight, 3 a.m., once at dawn. It was definitely echoing from somewhere deep in the trees, not where construction would be. It was always just a few knocks, spaced out. Never close enough to see what was making it, but loud enough that I could feel it in my chest. My partner brushed it off, said it was just nature. Maybe it was, but we started hearing whistling. One night we were sitting on the deck, quiet night. The stars were out. There wasn't even any wind, and there was this long, rising whistle floating out from the trees, high-pitched, almost human, but not quite. It stopped both of us mid-conversation. "What the hell was that?" she asked. I had no idea, but it kept happening. A few times a month, maybe. Always in the dead of night. Always from somewhere just past where the backyard light fades into the brush. We sort of stopped sitting out there at night for a while. When we got the courage to basically start going out there again, something started throwing rocks. It was obvious that something was throwing them. Nowhere else they could have come from. Twice while chopping wood or walking the back path, I've had baseball-sized stones land within 10 feet of me, not roll down a slope. They weren't falling from a tree, they were thrown with force. One actually hit the fence behind me. I never saw where it came from. Admittedly, that's when I started reading things, and there's no shortage of stuff to read on this topic, I assure you. That's basically what brought me to Reddit. I wasn't trying to watch the TV stuff, but I wanted real accounts, forest rangers, hikers, hunters, and that's when I found this sub. So much of what I've read here matches what we've experienced, almost too much. The knocks, the whistles, the rock throwing, feelings of being watched, the smells even. I never would have connected the dots myself, but once I saw the patterns, I don't know, it's hard to ignore. The weirdest thing that's happened so far was last fall. We were raking up the yard, clearing debris from the windstorm. I went inside to grab a drink, and when I came back out, something had left a dead rabbit, perfectly intact, on the edge of our deck. No blood, no wounds, just placed there, facing the door. Our dog didn't react. That's what really freaked me out. He didn't bark or growl, he just stood there, tail tucked, and refused to go near it. We burned the body and saged the property that night. I'm not superstitious, but it felt like the right thing to do. Obviously, I haven't gone around talking to the town about it. I don't want to be that guy. But I can't really pretend that something isn't going on. Whatever it is, it's out there. It seems smart. It always felt like it didn't want to be seen, but wanted us to know it was there. I was working at a small wine bar on the Jersey Shore, back when I had first started in the service industry. I had been at this location for a while, but on this day, most of the staff was across the street helping out at the sister spot. That left me alone in the bar, trying to look productive while I prepped glassware and cut garnishes. The setup was simple. A narrow bar up front, a cozy dining area with tables scattered near the windows, and a cellar downstairs where we kept a bulk of the wine. The kitchen had a little monitor pointed at the front entrance so whoever was back there could see when someone came in, and a soft ding-dong chime that sounded every time the door opened. I was putting something away when the chime went off. Out of habit, I glanced up at the monitor. A large man with a beard had just walked in. He wasn't subtle either. He looked like he was in a good mood, moving his arms like he was grooving to a song that only he could hear. It made me smile a little bit. He seemed like the type of guy who might sit at the bar, order a glass of red, and tell you his whole life story. I called out, "Be right with you." Finished what I was doing real quick. The distance from this area to the bar's swinging doors was maybe 10 feet, so I walked through in just a couple of seconds. But the dining room was empty. I frowned, figuring maybe he'd gone to look around. The bar wasn't that big, though. You could see the whole space in a glance. Nobody. I even crouched down, checking under tables like maybe he'd dropped something. Still, nothing. A little unsettled, I figured he'd gone into the wine cellar. Guests are allowed down there to pick out bottles if they wanted. I hurried down the short staircase, the air cooling as I descended. The racks stretched out neatly, hundreds of bottles tucked in rows, but it was silent. No steps or movement, and no sign of any person. That's when my nerves sort of kicked in. I jogged back upstairs and went out the front door. The street outside was empty, not a soul in sight. By the time the rest of the staff returned from across the street, I was still kind of rattled. I told them what I'd seen. The man had come in, clear as day, waving his arms like he was dancing, and then completely vanished. They didn't look surprised at all. One of the girls said, "Oh, you saw him too." Turns out the building had a reputation. Years back, a man had lived in an apartment above the bar. He died suddenly, heart attack or the like. They said that ever since, people swore they caught glimpses of him inside, always cheerful and animated, always lingering near the front entrance. I worked there for a while after that, but I never saw him again, and nobody else disappeared on me like that. I've debated for years about whether to even tell this. It sounds too strange, but I swear to you, it happened. And it still keeps me up sometimes if I think about it too hard. This was in 2006. I was driving up in northern Ontario, hauling a load out of Thunder Bay. Remote country, endless trees, stretches of highway where you might not see another vehicle for an hour or more. I'd driven there plenty of times. I always liked the quiet. But that night turned into something I haven't been able to explain. The load itself was unusual. No bill of lading, no company markers on the trailer, just instructions. Hook up, keep it sealed, and deliver it east. Cash payment is good money. I'd taken stranger jobs before, and the broker came through a guy that I trusted, so I didn't ask too many questions. The road was so empty, I kept my high beams on the whole way. And then the trailer started shifting. At first I thought that it was just uneven loading. A bad pallet, maybe. You can feel those things through the cab. A steady tug when you turn, a strange lean. But this wasn't like that. It was like something inside was moving. Every time I hit a curve, the whole trailer would lurch, like whatever was in there was trying to counter the turn. I gripped the wheel tighter, convinced that the load was about to tip me, but no alarms went off on the axle. Nothing felt overweight, just a sick, unnatural sway. I pulled over at a turnout to check, walked the length of the trailer, listened. Not a sound. Not even a tick of settling cargo. It was cold. It was silent. When I put my hand against the trailer wall, though, it vibrated. Just for a second, like something inside had pressed back. I told myself that it was my nerves and maybe having not moved for a while. I opted to keep driving. An hour later, it got worse. Banging, deep, hollow thuds against the walls of the trailer. Once, twice, and then a flurry of them, like fists pounding. I nearly drove off the shoulder. No animal I knew could make that kind of sound. I called it in on CB, but out there the reception was garbage, just static. I tried again, voice crackling. I swore I heard something reply. Not a trucker, though. Voice was too low, broken, almost like it was coming from underwater. By then, I was sweating through my shirt despite the cold. My gut was screaming at me to stop and to unhitch, leave the whole damn thing on the road, but I kept driving. Not long after, I saw movement in my mirrors. At first I thought it was headlights behind me, but the glow wasn't white. It was faint green, seeping out of the edges of the trailer doors, like light spilling from a crack. I had checked the locks at the last stop I knew I had, but this glow pulsed with every bang, like whatever was inside truly wanted out. I pulled over again. My hands were shaking so bad I almost dropped my flashlight. I walked back to the trailer, telling myself that I'd open it, deal with whatever was inside. And when I touched the lock, the banging stopped. Dead silent. The green glow faded. I stood there for a whole 5 minutes, waiting for it to start again, and nothing happened. I decided I had to open it. So I did. First thing I noticed was there were no people. Just one large container. He was in a wood crate, and then a box underneath with plastic wrap. Nothing green or lit up about it. I looked around for anything. I saw nothing that could have caused it. And then I started talking to it. I figure if something's in there, a person, they would make a noise, respond to me. And then I'd have a whole new problem, but I'd know. So I was talking, and nothing. No noise, no movement. I was just talking to a package. After about 10 minutes, I decided to call it a night. Got back into the cab. I drove through the night without stopping. I delivered that load just outside of Sudbury with no further issues. A man in a heavy coat and dark glasses was waiting but didn't say much. Just signed, handed me an envelope, and waved me off. Thought about asking him what was in there. I really did. But when he looked at me, his eyes didn't feel like they were looking at me. I don't know. Something told me not to do it. So I took the cash and left. This is obviously more of a side gig for me, so I never told anyone at my company about it. I haven't told my family about it either, outside of my wife, who recommended that I don't take any more jobs without a bill of lading, and I can't disagree with her. No idea what it was, but strangest thing I've ever experienced for sure. Ghosts weren't really a thing for me until we moved into a new house and I was 12. I didn't care about house shopping. I stayed home while my family looked, so the first time I saw the place was moving day. I walked in and the first dumb thing I said was, "Did somebody die here?" My mom stopped putting boxes down, hesitated, and told me yes. The original owner's husband had died there, and they'd bought it from the widow. I didn't know any of the details, just the kind of children's corner facts that stick. Basement, old man, widow. But even at 12, you notice stuff. The hallway to the laundry room in the basement felt bad the moment you stepped into it. Almost like a room where the heater was turned on full blast and there's no window, so it's suffocating. I don't know how else to describe it, but bad. The TV room at the other end of the hall was fine most days, but that laundry hallway had a weight to it. At first, it was little things. Shadows that split off the corner of your eye and vanish when you look directly. Light bulbs in the laundry room that popped or exploded for no reason. The TV downstairs would flicker like it was trying to show static but couldn't quite get there. My sister swore that she saw red eyes in the dark once, and sometimes she'd say that she could see kids running around in the corner of the room. Kids that would vanish when she blinked. I never saw the kids myself. My experience was more the creeping kind of fear. The sort that lives in your chest. Nightmares started. Not the usual teenage I failed the test nightmares. The ones where I'd wake up drenched and feel like I'd been dragged down the stairs. I dreamed that I was in my bedroom, and then I'd be moving, like a rope pulling me, down and down into the hallway, toward the laundry room. Then I'd snap back awake for a second. My legs would feel like lead. When you came back upstairs from going down there, you didn't walk, you ran. Like something wanted you to hurry so it could follow. We all tried to be reasonable about it. We'd blame wiring when the bulbs popped. We'd say mice or draft for shadows. Once or twice we actually asked it to stop. Like you could reason with whatever was left in the house. The bulbs didn't explode again after that, though, which felt like a win, even if everything else kept sliding sideways. I think the thing that made me stop pretending that it wasn't all just quirks was when my parents decided to renovate my room. That meant that I had to move out of my upstairs bedroom and into the TV room down in the basement while they worked. Not the laundry side hallway, thank God, but the other end of the basement just the same. I set up a mattress, a lamp, my books, the stupid posters that my sister made me hang. It felt like exile, honestly, until I settled into it. I told myself being down there would prove nothing. I'd face it head on and be brave. The first few nights were a blur of nervous energy and childish bravado. I told stories into the dark, dared myself to call whatever it was by name. And then one night, alone and stupid with the lights off because I thought I was past being scared, I heard something. It was a sound like someone took a baseball bat to the ductwork right above my head. A boom radiated. The noise hit like thunder. It reverberated through the floor and into my teeth. I didn't move at first. My body was a paperweight. And then I crawled under my blankets, kept my eyes open until dawn, like a child who knows monsters are patient. That sound was not the house settling. It was violent. The sound of something showing you it could reach you. The next morning I climbed up onto the mattress and grabbed the dropped ceiling tile like one of those kids in a movie who's about to find something terrible. And directly above where my head had been was a furnace duct. It looked fine if you measured by daylight, but there were dents in it, a long gouge, like something had struck it hard. Not a hairline scratch, an impact mark. You get it from blunt force. Nothing else in the basement explained it. I really didn't sleep well after that. I didn't want to be downstairs anymore. So my parents allowed me to sleep in the living room. I really didn't appreciate the basement after that, more than I already hadn't. I definitely wasn't one of those people who stayed living at home forever. As soon as I could get my own place, I did. However, that place cannot be avoided. Even years later, when I go back to visit my parents, there was one time the feeling came back full-fledged. I remember being in the kitchen, the hair on my arms prickling, my body angling, as if something in the house had turned its head towards me. The dread was familiar. It didn't need to make a noise or show itself. It was just there. Once, when my youngest was small, we were staying at my parents' house overnight. He woke up in the middle of the night crying about a man in the basement who wanted to play. My mother brushed it off. Kids have dreams. But later at breakfast, she looked tired, the way people look when they've been up all night. I told myself not to sound like a crank. Mom still lives there. I visit on holidays and I sit in the living room, try not to think about the laundry hallway. What I learned, and I say this like a person who used to be a kid telling a grown-up, is that some things that linger aren't seeking kindness or reconciliation. They're not lonely in any human way. There's some malice in their attention. The small, cold enjoyment when you know you've been noticed. I just had this sense, when I was there, of being cataloged, measured, kept. It's odd. There are other stories. My eldest met something once in his grandparents' house that I'll tell you another time. For now, all I have is the memory of that boom, the dent in the duct, and just that laundry room in general. Quiet in the way that a room is quiet when everyone is pretending nothing is wrong. I guess sometimes prefer to chalk it up to wiring or ignore it completely. It's cleaner. Maybe it lets you sleep. If you were born after 2000, cassette recorders existed. They ate batteries, hissed, and made everything sound like it lived behind glass. That matters because hearing something on tape has a texture to it. It feels recorded into time, like a fossil of sound. It was one of those useless summer nights. My cousin Mark's place always smelled like incense and whatever he'd been frying earlier. The living room had a thrift store couch, a lamp with a crooked shade, and a bookshelf for things that nobody wanted to throw away. 7 of us were there. Me, Mark, Jen and her vintage band tees I always wanted to steal, and 2 biker shop dudes and their girlfriends. They always seemed to find their way there when we were offering pizza. We found this recorder in the closet. Plastic, faux walnut veneer, a little red recording button that glowed when you pushed it. Nobody knew whose it was, and someone said, "Let's record a seance." Half derisive, half hungry for something different, we put the recorder on the coffee table and set it to record. We lit a single candle because rituals took part when there was wax and smoke, right? We pretty much did anything we'd seen. Circle, holding hands, even when it felt funny, and we asked simple questions into the room. Is there anyone here with us? If you are, what's your name? The first time the candle flickered and went out, there was this soft, ordinary puff that made Jen squeal, and 2 people laughed nervously. Nobody heard a voice. Nobody heard footsteps or whispers. The power of the moment was mostly the silence that followed. Someone joked to break the tension, and then we let it die down. But I stayed. There was a smaller group after some left because it was late and they had to work. Nobody pressured anyone. When people got creeped out, they left. But Mark and I and Jen were stubborn. After a while, the mood turned more curious than scared. We drank less and listened to the little clicks on the recorder. At 3 a.m, with the candle melted low, we stopped the experiment because it felt like pushing our luck. We left the recorder sitting on the coffee table with the tape inside. People went to the couch, some to sleep, some to stare at their phones. Around 4, when the kitchen was cooler and the loud ones were gone, Mark propped himself up and said, "Play it back." Sounded like a waste of time at first, but the room did have that hush where anything could be treated as important. We'd stayed awake too long. The tape started with our laughter and the clumsy questions that we'd asked. Then, under the hiss, there's a voice. Not one of ours. It was thin and near, as if someone had put their mouth to the little speaker to speak inside your skull. "Hello," it said. We paused it and rewound and played it again because that's what you do, especially when the sound on the tape should be explainable. The voice answered some of the questions that we had asked earlier. Not everything. It picked and chose. When we'd asked for a name, it offered one, small, ordinary, like the kind a neighbor might have. Tim. When we asked, "Are you dead?" the voice answered simply, "Yes." The voice's replies, they followed our questions exactly. We hadn't heard any of it live, but they were clearly there. The room had been quiet except for that one candle puff. The recorder had captured something that none of us had perceived in the moment. We tried to paper over it. Maybe someone had taped over the cassette earlier with something we didn't know. Maybe the recorder had picked up a stray radio signal. We took the recorder into the kitchen and played the tape through a different speaker. Same voice. We played it on a phone with an adapter. Same voice. Like I said, the voice didn't answer everything. It refused some questions, offered small domestic details for others that made us look at each other because they were too particular. Mark's socks in a shoebox, a dog that used to bark at the gate. Maybe the most interesting part was the instruction that came before the candle went out. After an exchange of those half questions, a patient, flat voice said, "Stop now." Then, faint but unmistakable on the microphone, there was the sound of a candle exhale. The same soft, final breath that the candle had made hours earlier in the room. We had heard nothing live. The candle had gone out during the seance, we'd all heard that, but we had not heard a voice saying, "Stop now." The tape had both the voice and the candle's little pop. Jen's face went colorless. She was the one who'd found the recorder. She was also the one who, without much drama, said, "Burn it." She wasn't so much asking as she was demanding it. Nobody argued. We didn't have a real Boy Scout or Brownie Scout troop when I was a kid, but we did have a few parents who took kids camping during summer breaks. We didn't earn badges or anything like that. We mostly went hiking and roasted marshmallows with the occasional ghost story. We were a small group, usually a couple of adults and 5 or 6 kids, but there were only 4 of us the last time I went. My friend's dad and uncle had taken us to a spot that we'd been to a dozen or more times. There was nothing new or different about it from any other trips. We had 4 tents, 1 for each of the adults and 2 for the kids. That first night, we went to bed around 10, but only the adults actually went to sleep. After an hour, we were bored and we decided to go exploring. We went back up the same small trail that we'd hiked that morning, one that we had all been on countless times. There was a gnarly, twisted tree that was always used as a turnaround point, but we didn't see it that time. We walked for what felt like too long and finally realized we didn't see anything that looked familiar. Our flashlights weren't anything fancy, so we had just been pointing them at the ground and talking the whole time. No one had really paid attention to where we were going. Assuming that we passed the tree, we turned back. Again, too much time had passed. We still never saw the tree or anything familiar. It was starting to look like we turned onto a different trail or something, but we didn't recognize anything. We knew the whole area well. One of us should have recognized something. That's about the time that we started hearing movement in the woods. It sounded like a big animal, but the biggest thing that we have is black bears, and none of us had ever seen one around the campsite. We tried to find the source with our flashlight, but the trees were too thick to see anything. Whatever it was coming closer, so we walked away. And then it started running, so we started running. Its footsteps were way heavier than a person's, and we could hear tree limbs breaking as it rushed through the woods. I've never run so fast in my life. I assumed the others were behind me, but I was too afraid to actually look back. I'm not sure how far or how long we ran, but eventually I fell down. 2 of my friends were behind me and stopped to pull me up. That's when we realized it was quiet again. Nothing was chasing us, and we recognized the path we were on, finally. I'm not sure how we got to it. It was a different one from where we started, and they weren't supposed to connect, but we never actually left the trail. We yelled for our missing friend, but he never appeared. It was almost daylight, even though we hadn't been gone nearly long enough for the sun to be up. So we went back to camp. We hoped our friend would already be there, but we only found 2 angry, hungover chaperones looking everywhere for us. It felt like we were gone for maybe an hour or 2, but it had been over 6 hours. We were made to stay at camp while the adults went to look for our missing friend. They were gone for over an hour and came back empty-handed. We called the police after that and spent the rest of the day being interviewed while search and rescue took over. They never found a trace of our friend or anything that could have been chasing us. Everyone treated us like we made the whole thing up, but they never found any discrepancies in our stories. There were no more camping trips after that. Nobody would have wanted to go even if someone had tried to organize one. A lot of people blamed the chaperones, even though they genuinely did nothing wrong. I just have no frickin' clue what happened that night, no matter how many times I tell this story. I work in a prison. When I was new, I was working overtime one night in a housing unit that has seen a lot of death. It was well after midnight, and all of the offenders were supposed to be in their cells. Since this was a medium security prison, the offenders still had access to leave their cells to use the communal bathroom at night. When I was going in for the 2 a.m. count, I watched an offender walk down the stairs from the second level and into the bathroom. I stood at the entrance to the bathroom and yelled in to ask them what cell they were in so that I could add an extra body to that cell for my count, but I got no answer. I then walked into the bathroom and searched everywhere, but found absolutely no one. I told one of my coworkers about what had happened, and the first thing they asked me was he tall and skinny with long dreads? And he had been. When I answered yes, I was told, "That's Mr. Bones. He killed himself a few years ago, but he still hangs around." I still get goosebumps when I think about it. I used to work at a bowling alley, a real relic of a bygone era. Creaky floors and the faint smell of stale popcorn embedded in its walls. The place always had a strange vibe at night, especially when I was the one closing up. I never paid too much attention to it, at least not until one night. It was late, just past midnight. The last customers had long gone. I hadn't even had a chance to turn my music on yet, so the eerie silence seemed to echo off the polished lanes. I went through my usual routine, locking the doors, shutting off the arcade games, and finally flipping the switch to turn off the overhead lights. The place fell into near darkness, save for the faint glow of the exit signs. I was just about to grab my keys and head out when I heard it. The unmistakable hum of a lane powering on. My stomach tightened. There was no mistaking that sound. The sound was distinct, followed by the mechanical clatter of the pin setter coming to life. I turned around, and sure enough, one of the lanes at the far end was lit up like it was ready for a game. The thing is, the lanes don't turn on by themselves. Each one has a manual switch hidden behind a curtain in the back. I stared at the glowing lane for a moment, half expecting to see someone step out of the shadows, but the place was empty. Or so I thought. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I flipped the main lights back on, and I started walking down the aisle towards the back. The air felt heavier every time I took a step, like the silence was kind of pressing down on me. I reached the curtain. I was about to step through it when the lane shut off just as suddenly as it had come on. The silence that followed was suffocating. For a moment I just stood there, staring at the now dark lane, trying to make sense of what had just happened. A chill ran down my spine, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something else was there. But still, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a power surge, maybe a malfunction. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. I considered going behind the lanes to check the switches, but something about the oppressive stillness made me hesitate, and I guess I've always learned to trust my gut. It was like the darkness beyond the curtain was waiting for me, and not in a good way. The next day, I told my boss what had happened. He laughed it off, dismissing it as a figment of my imagination. "No cameras, no proof," he said. I could tell that he thought I was just tired, maybe looking for an excuse to leave early, but it didn't stop there. A week later, while closing up again, I heard the faint thud of a ball rolling down a lane. The sound sent a jolt of fear through me, and I spun around to see a single ball sitting in the gutter of the same lane that had turned on before. Only this time, I knew I hadn't left any equipment out. I didn't stick around to investigate. I grabbed my stuff and I left as fast as I could, locking the doors behind me. To this day, I wonder what would have happened if I'd gone behind the curtain. And sometimes, late at night, I would think about the bowling alley, about the strange energy and how it felt, not being alone. I would wonder about the things that went on when no one was around, and I couldn't help but wonder if something or someone was actually trying to get my attention, or worse, trying to lure me into something. I've done my fair share of road trips, some with friends, some alone. There's something about open highways at night that makes the world feel bigger and stranger than it does in the daylight. But only once did I drive down a road that I can't find again, no matter how hard I try. This was about 10 years ago. My best friend and I had taken a weekend trip. Basically, we didn't plan much, just threw a bag in the trunk and headed out. We were in a rural part of the state, mostly farmland and woods. Road stretches for miles and miles without a single streetlight. It was late when we realized that we'd taken a wrong turn. The GPS showed us a blue dot floating in the middle of nowhere. No marked roads in sight. My friend joked that it felt like we'd driven right off the map, but I was more annoyed than amused. I slowed the car, scanning for signs, and then I saw a narrow road branching off to the right. It looked old, crumbling asphalt with weeds pushing through the cracks, lined with sagging power lines. But it was a road, and at that point, we just wanted to get back to something familiar. So I turned. The further we drove, the more odd we started feeling. There were houses along the way, small farmhouses, one-story places with peeling paint and porches that leaned just enough to look tired. Every single one had lights on, warm yellow glows spilling out through old curtains, like families were inside. But we didn't see anyone, not a single person on the porch, not a single car in the driveway. Just house after house lit up in the dark, silent as we passed. Neither of us really spoke for a while. It sort of felt wrong, breaking the silence, like we were waiting or listening to something. My friend finally muttered, "Where is everybody?" I didn't have an answer. After maybe 15 minutes, we decided to turn around. The road was getting rougher, more broken. I wasn't about to risk a flat tire out there. I found a wide enough stretch to turn, swung the car around, and started back the way we came. Then for a moment, I thought I was losing my mind. The houses were gone. The power lines were still there, leaning in the same tired way. But the houses, the porches, the glowing lights, they were gone. In their place were fields, flat and empty under the moonlight. I drove a little faster. Neither of us said anything. Eventually, the crumbling road fed us back onto the main highway, like nothing had happened. When we finally pulled into a gas station, a half hour later, we sat in more silence for a long time, just listening to the sound of the engine cooling. Finally, my friend asked, "That happened, right?" We agreed to drop a pin the next time, in case we ever wanted to prove to ourselves that we hadn't imagined it, and we did. I pulled up the GPS map, and I went to just before the road fed us back onto the highway. I marked it with a pin. The next morning in daylight, we drove back. The GPS took us to the pin, down the same stretch of highway. Only this time, when we looked for the turnoff, there was nothing there. No crumbling asphalt, no leaning poles. There was no sign of a road at all. No matter how many times we drove past it, there was nothing there. We pulled over, walked a little ways into the woods, and we found no trace of pavement or a hint that there had ever been anything but forest. I double-checked my phone. The pin was still there, floating in the middle of green nothingness in which we were standing. We never found that road again. I've told the story a dozen times over the years, and I always get the same reaction. People often nod politely, saying it sounds like a dream, or that we must have just gotten turned around. But we know what we saw. For a moment, the road was real. The houses were real. I can still picture the glow of the windows, the way the light spilled onto the porches. I can still feel the silence that pressed on us as we drove through. It was heavy and unnatural, but It was there. I don't know what we stumbled on that night. A ghost town, a slip in time. As strange as the story is, it really doesn't scare me, I guess. Because if I ever see a narrow turn-off or a side road, I have to take it. I usually do. But I've never come across anything as strange as I did on that trip. When I bought my first house, I was proud. It wasn't much, just a little single-story place on the edge of town. It had all the creaky floors and half-finished basements to your liking, but it was mine. For the first couple of months, everything was perfect. Normal new homeowner stuff popped up, figuring out which breaker controlled which outlets, discovering that one of the bedroom doors didn't quite shut all the way, learning that the pipes really groaned when the hot water kicked in. But then I noticed something else. A smell. It was faint at first, but it was sour, rotten sort of odor that would come and go. I chalked it up to plumbing issues, maybe something with the drains. I bought deodorizers, kept the windows open, but the smell never really went away. In fact, it got worse, stronger, more specific, like spoiled food left in the heat. I tried everything, snaked the drains, scrubbed the garbage disposal, even pulled the appliances out like the fridge and stove, just in case something had fallen behind it. But the smells seemed to drift, never staying in one place. Some days it was strongest in the kitchen, other days in the living room. Some nights it felt like it was coming from right under the bed. Then noises started to accompany this smell. They weren't loud, just the occasional scrape or thump from beneath the floorboards. Houses settle, I told myself. Wood creaks, pipes knock. But paired with the smell, it made me uneasy. I started sleeping with the TV on just to drown out the little sounds that seemed to crawl up from the dark. One night I woke up at 2 a.m. to what I swore was whispering. Not clear words, but the cadence of a voice. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, listening. After a few seconds, it stopped. All I could hear was the hum of the heater. But I didn't sleep much after that. I was too scared to check the crawl space myself. The opening was in the basement, a square cutout with a flimsy plywood cover. I'd walked past it a dozen times, but never looked inside. The idea of opening it made my stomach twist in knots. Finally, after weeks of this, I called the pest guy. Told him maybe I had raccoons or something nesting under the house. He came by in the afternoon, cheerful, casual, flashlight in hand. I hovered as he pried open the cover. He stuck his head inside. A few seconds later, he pulled back, face pale. "You need to see this," he said. Reluctantly, I went down. He shone his light into the crawl space, and my blood froze. Someone had been living down there. There was an old sleeping bag laid out on the dirt, surrounded by half-empty cans of food, empty water bottles, crumpled wrappers, and in one corner, a bucket I don't need to describe. But the worst parts were the walls. Scrawled across the concrete in black marker and other substances were words, sentences, phrases. My phrases. Things I knew I had said out loud in the last few weeks. Stuff I'd mumbled on the phone or said to myself while pacing in the kitchen. My name, names of my friends, snippets of private conversations, written over and over in messy, frantic handwriting. The pest control guy looked at me wide-eyed. "You should call the police," he said. They came, searched the crawl space, but whoever had been living there was long gone. They said it looked like they'd left in a hurry. No sign of forced entry in the house, meaning whoever it was probably just came in through the crawl space. I had new locks installed. I sealed the crawl space. I did everything I could to feel safe again. But it's been years, and I still wake up sometimes. I'll be certain that I'll hear the whispering beneath my bed. And the thing that I really can't stop thinking about is the handwriting on the walls. Just so creepy, how closely they would have had to have been listening. This happened when I was about 13, Halloween night. That awkward age when you're too old to trick-or-treat but too young to go out to parties. So we were trying to come up with something cooler to do, something spooky. My friend Alex said his older brother had found a Ouija board at a garage sale, and we thought that sounded perfect. None of us actually believed in that stuff, but it felt like the right kind of Halloween dare. You know, the nothing's going to happen, but it'll be fun to freak ourselves out kind of thing. We set it up in Alex's garage around 7 p.m. It was cold out, but not freezing, but the air had that smoky smell from all the jack-o'-lanterns and backyard fires. The garage was dim. The only light was coming from 2 flashlights set on the ground and the gaps in the door where the streetlights leaked through. There were 5 of us sitting in a rough circle on the concrete. Me, Alex, Erica, and 2 other kids, Sam and Tyler. The Ouija board looked old, like older than it should have been. The edges were faded, the letters kind of warped. It smelled musty, like it had been stored in an attic for decades. It certainly wasn't any Hasbro. We started asking dumb questions. Is there a ghost here? Do you like candy? Who's the coolest in the room? Honestly. Then the planchette barely moved, and when it did, it was obvious that someone was pushing it on purpose. We were laughing and swearing it wasn't us, taking turns trying to sound spooky. We were just being kids. And then in the middle of us laughing, Alex sort of froze. He straightened up and said quietly, "Okay, which one of you just touched me?" We all kind of laughed at first, but he sounded dead serious. He rubbed the back of his hoodie and said, "Something brushed up against me, like right here." Erica, trying to lighten the mood, goes, "Oh yeah? Let's ask who's behind Alex." She put her fingers on the planchette and started to move it, saying, "Who's?" Before she could even finish, the planchette flew off the board. I swear it didn't slide. It launched across the garage and hit the workbench on the other side of the room with this loud plastic crack. Every single one of us jumped back. We all started talking over each other, yelling, accusing Alex of kicking it, asking what the hell just happened. That's when Tyler said, "I just felt something on my leg." And then Erica said she felt it too, like something cold brushing past them. At that point, all of us were on our feet. Alex turned toward the side door, the one we'd closed earlier. It was standing wide open. Cold air was blowing in. You could actually hear the wind whistling through the trees outside. Alex made a run for it, but right as he reached the door, bam! It slammed shut in his face, hard enough that it rattled the shelves. And that's when everyone just lost it. We were screaming, tripping over each other. Someone was shouting to open the garage door. Alex hit the wall opener, and we all stood there, watching it crawl upward like it was moving in slow motion. The second it was high enough to duck under, we bolted. Half of us ran toward the street, and the other half, me included, tore off toward my house 2 blocks away. My chest hurt from running, but I didn't stop until I was standing in my driveway. We all met up later, deciding to trick-or-treat, still pretending to laugh about it, but you could tell that none of us wanted to talk about what had happened. Nobody mentioned going back into that garage. I know I never did. A few days later, Alex said the board was gone. He swore that he left it in his brother's room, but when he came to look for it, it wasn't there. We never saw it again, thankfully. I was driving home on a familiar back road one night, a really dark night, this particular road especially. I don't remember what song was playing. I don't remember what I was thinking about, just that it was late and I was tired and I wanted to be home. And then I saw something move across the road in front of me. At first, I thought it was a plastic bag, something small and pale fluttering along in the wind, catching my headlights just right. But it wasn't blowing. It was walking, upright, stepping from one side of the road to the other with this weird, exaggerated, jaunty little gait. I slowed the car, leaning forward, trying to make sense of it. It was tiny, maybe a foot tall, if that, about the size of a Pringles can, though thinner and more delicate. Its entire body was stark white and vaguely translucent. I could see the faint shimmer of the asphalt through it, like it was made of silk or mist or something that didn't belong entirely in this world. Its legs, if that's what they were, tapered off into flowy, ribbon-like tendrils that trailed behind as they walked. There were no arms, no face, just this small, leggy figure, stepping with the exaggerated bounce of an old cartoon character. The best way I can describe the movement is like the dwarves marching off to work in Snow White, all knees and swinging hips, or like Mickey Mouse when he's being theatrical. It wasn't threatening. Honestly, it was almost cute, but it didn't belong there, and I knew that immediately. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. I didn't stop, but I slowed almost to a crawl as I approached it. As I passed through the spot where it had been walking, it didn't scurry away or vanish into the woods. It didn't even seem to notice me. It just faded. My headlights passed through it. It was like driving through mist, but more structured, more there. And then it was gone. I was still halfway through the curve before I realized I'd been holding my breath. I immediately called my boyfriend, now my ex, and tried to describe what I'd seen. My voice was shaking, but not because I was scared. I wasn't scared. Not exactly. Just rattled in that way you are when the world suddenly cracks a little, and something slips through that doesn't make any sense. He listened patiently, and then he said, "That kind of sounds like a Fresno nightcrawler." I had never heard that name before. It sounded like something out of a campy sci-fi movie. But when I got home and looked it up, still in my coat, still standing in the hallway with my shoes on, I felt the blood drain from my face. That was what I saw. Every image, every grainy video, every artist rendering, it matched. The size, the walk, the ribbons. The fact that it looked more like a floating pair of haunted pants than any living thing. The only thing that didn't add up was the location. I don't live in California. I've never been to California. I live on the opposite side of the country, thousands of miles from where this thing is supposed to be seen. And yet, there it was, on a dark road that I've driven ever since I was old enough to get behind the wheel. A road that I've never been afraid of. Still not sure if I need to be now. I've told the story a few times since then, mostly to friends who are into weird folklore, cryptids. Reactions vary. Some people laugh. Some people think I made it up, but just a few get quiet. One friend said that she's heard of something similar being spotted in the Appalachian region, which made me feel less crazy, but no one's ever offered a real explanation. Despite continuing to drive that road constantly, I haven't seen it since. I do think about it almost every time, though. Whatever it was, it didn't feel evil, but it didn't feel like it was supposed to be here either. And maybe that's what was the most unsettling part. Where did it come from? I've done a lot of solo camping throughout my years. Most of it's been in well-traveled areas, state parks, popular trails. But sometimes I push deeper just to get away from the noise. Last fall, I went into the Olympic Peninsula. If you've ever been, it's one of the densest, quietest places you can imagine. Miles of forest that don't see another human for weeks. I was maybe 8 miles from the nearest road when I found a small ridge above a stream. It was a perfect spot. Flat ground, fresh water, decent visibility. I set up camp and made a fire, settled in. Still, one of the most beautiful spots I've seen. It was just after sunset when I noticed something. It was past the firelight, maybe 30 yards away. It was a figure. At first I thought it was a tree stump catching the light weird, but the shape was too tall and narrow, and this head was tilted slightly, like the figure was watching me. I told myself that it was nothing, definitely a trick of the light. I'd never been out here, probably the reflection of another tree. When you're alone in the woods, your brain loves to find faces where there aren't any. I stoked the fire and forced myself to ignore it. I thought it was supposed to be trusting some sort of gut feeling. It wasn't there. I didn't feel afraid. So eventually, I did ignore it. The next day, I hiked further upstream to fish. When I got back, there was no sign of anything near camp. I remember looking across the way, trying to figure out if there was a tree or something that could have been making that shape. Now I couldn't stop thinking about it for some reason. And that night, just as the sun dropped, I saw it again. Same spot and same distance, still as a statue. I considered calling out. Something about that felt silly, so instead I began waving, almost frantically, flashing my light on myself. No movement, no sound from the other thing. Eventually I turned in for the night, figuring that whatever it was, it had no interest in getting closer, and was probably, truly, nothing. I remember tossing and turning in my tent. I couldn't sleep, so I decided I'm going to stay up a little bit later. I was reading in my tent with a small light. I must have dozed off because the next thing I remember was waking to a faint sound. Breathing. No animal breathing. It wasn't a huff of a deer or a sniff of a raccoon. This was slow, steady, human. I unzipped the tent, just enough to peek out. The fire had burned low, and my eyes took a second to adjust. When they did, I could see that same shape, the one I'd seen across the way. It was now just on the other side of the fire pit, closer than I'd ever seen it. I could tell now by the glow that there was skin, if that's what you'd even call it. It was tight, smooth, no hair. Even where the eyes should have been or where anything should have been, it was just skin. It didn't even flinch when I moved, but clearly that breathing sound was coming from it. I don't remember making the decision to get out of the tent fully, but suddenly I was on my feet, flashlight in hand, shining it right at the thing. The beam hit empty ground. I didn't pack up that night, but I didn't sleep either. I stood by the fire with my hatchet until the sun came up. Then I left everything but the essentials and hiked straight back to my car. I told myself that I wouldn't even talk about it. No one believes these kind of stories anyways, but it's just too strange not to share. This happened my freshman year when I was stuck in the temporary housing dorm while they figured out where to put everyone. Maybe you had a similar setup at your college. Boxes in the hallway, communal bathrooms that smell like a science experiment. I tried to treat it like part of the chaos of college life, but whatever was in that room made it feel like more than that. I moved in mid-August. Room was small. Bed, desk, a tiny window that looked over the quad. I had one of those half-week roommates who left for orientation stuff, so most nights I was alone. The first couple of nights were fine. Loud hallways, freshmen yelling, normal college chaos, right? Then on about night 3, I woke up choking. Not literally choking, but like someone had wrapped my chest in a heavy blanket. I bolted upright and the room felt odd. It was cold, but not just the temperature. Like an absence of air. There was a smell, too. Rotten eggs. It hit the back of my throat and made my stomach churn. I figured it was the pipes or the communal laundry or some freshman cooking disaster. Dorm life is gross. I wrote it off, and I went back to sleep with my lamp on. It kept happening. Same pattern. I'd sleep, have a dream where something dark grabs my ankle or slides across my back, and I'd wake up with that weight pressing on me. Sometimes I'd hear whispers so soft I couldn't make out the words. Other times, nothing. Just the smell and that pressing sense. The whispering was the worst because it felt like someone was reading a page from my head and softly laughing. The night I actually saw something or felt it, because you never get a clear I saw a monster moment in these things. I dreamed a black clawed hand wrapped around my ankle and jerked me awake. I sat up so fast my lamp slapped the desk. I swear to you, I could still feel fingers like ice to the bone on my ankle. I grabbed at my leg. I found a small shape, scratched just above the shoe line. Not deep, just red, and definitely new. I was freaking out, so I got up, cleaned it, iced it with my water bottle. I told myself that it was just a scratch, maybe from my nail. I knew it wasn't true, though. I was too embarrassed to tell anyone, obviously. The mornings were the worst, though. I dragged myself to class with that tired, hollow feeling that people joke about with finals. Except this wasn't finals fatigue. This was like grief pressing flat into my ribs. I started to get really low. Not the college blues, it was too early for that. Low, but a heavy hopelessness. I told myself it was stress. I told myself a lot of things. I didn't tell my parents because I didn't want to sound insane or ungrateful. After the scratch night, I started to pray quietly, which is not really my thing. But I kept whispering, "Please don't let me have to stay here much longer," before falling asleep. I felt ridiculous doing it, but it was the only thing that felt like taking action. That night, I almost felt it. Like a physical lightening, or like someone had put something warm over me, taken the weight off the end of the bed. I woke up the next morning, and I knew something was going to be different. I didn't tell myself anything official, but I noticed my mood lift a fraction. Within about 24 hours, my housing assignment changed. I don't know if someone called placement or if it was luck. Prayers answered, whatever. But I got an email. "You've been assigned. Moved to 2B. Roommate assigned." The new room was across campus, a new building with people who actually volunteered to be friends, and a roommate who liked plants and mug cakes. It honestly felt like heaven after all the fear. I don't want to be dramatic and say that the moment I packed my bags, the place sighed and the devil left, but honestly, that's almost exactly what it felt like. The sulfur smell wasn't in my new place. There was no whispers. Never had another random scratch. My sleep was normal again. That heavy, sour sadness melted like fog. I ran into one of the girls from the temporary dorm months later at a campus event. She asked how I liked my new place, and I made some joke, and she smiled. I thought about telling her about the scratches or the whispers, but I didn't. People have reasons to tell these stories. For attention, they say. For meaning, whatever. I was done giving it airtime, though. I'd had enough by that point. And whether it's because I stopped talking about it or because it was attached to that place, I've never experienced anything like it again. And for that, I'm extremely grateful. When I was around 14, early 2000s, my cousins and I spent the summer with our grandparents in western North Carolina. They had a quiet place tucked up near the base of the Smokies, not too far from Cherokee. And the woods behind their property, it stretched on for what felt like forever. It always smelled like wet earth out there, and pine sap. Everything seemed a little darker under the canopy, even during the day. We were bored mostly. There was no internet or cable. My cousins were more interested in playing Game Boy than hiking, so I'd take off on my own sometimes, walking the trails and pretending I knew my way around. I liked to think of myself as brave back then, but truthfully, I never went that far. Just enough to be alone and feel like I was discovering something. One of those days, I was about a mile out, standing at the edge of this small creek, when I felt that unmistakable sensation, like someone was watching me. I scanned the tree line, expecting to see my cousins. Instead, up in the trees, maybe 15 feet off the ground, crouched on a thick branch, was something watching me. It wasn't a squirrel or anything. It was bigger, maybe 3 feet tall, but hunched low. Its body was covered in reddish-brown hair, not thick and shaggy like a bear cub's, but finer, almost like an orangutan's. The limbs were long. Its fingers gripped the branch like it had done it 1,000 times before. Its eyes, I think, were the worst part. Dark, wide, intelligent. There was something behind them that felt knowing, like it wasn't just looking at me, but through me. The moment it realized I saw it, it took off, fast, not crashing through the branches like you'd expect from a panicked animal, but deliberate, controlled. It swung itself deeper into the trees and was gone in seconds. I just stood there. My heart was racing. I was trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. When I got back, I didn't say anything. I wasn't even sure how to describe it. For a few years after, I searched local news thinking maybe somebody's exotic pet had escaped, some kind of monkey or something, but nothing ever turned up. Eventually, I just chalked it up to a weird one-time experience, my imagination maybe. I never saw it again, at least not for a while. Life moved on and I forgot about it mostly, but a few years ago I was listening to an episode of Lore. They were talking about this creature from Wampanoag folklore, called the Pukwudgie. I was only half listening until they described it. Small, hairy humanoids, sometimes ape-like, known to throw stones, disappear into forests, and watch humans from the trees. I felt a chill run through me. I hadn't thought about that day in years, but hearing that name and description, it pulled something loose in my memory, and suddenly I was 14 again, standing by that creek, locking eyes with something I wasn't supposed to see. I tried to convince myself it was just coincidence, that folklore stories can be vague and match just about anything if you squint hard enough. But it didn't feel like a coincidence. And then a few months ago, I made the mistake of going back. Not for any real reason. I was in the area for work, had a couple of hours to kill. Thought it might be nostalgic to wander the old woods by my grandparents' old place, see if the trails were still there. Everything felt smaller and more overgrown, and I barely recognized the path. I was maybe 10 minutes in when something hit me hard on the shoulder. It was a rock, not a branch, a smooth stone that had been thrown. I looked up instantly, and just for a second, I saw a figure duck behind a tree, small, about the same size as what I saw before. I obviously wasn't going to go looking after it. I stood there for a long time before I just turned around. I hadn't really told anybody about any of this until now. I really don't know what it is that I saw, but I don't think I'll be going back to look again. I was house sitting for my aunt last summer while she was in Florida. She lives way out in the country, where the neighbors aren't close enough to hear you yell and the nights are so quiet you can hear your own heartbeat. It was my second night there. I'd just finished locking up for the evening, and my aunt's house backs up right against some thick stretch of woods. But there's a big yard in between, and a motion-activated floodlight on the back porch. It only goes out maybe 30 feet, and then everything past that is just dark. I was scrolling on my phone in the living room when I heard the floodlight click on. I figured maybe a deer wandered too close. She told me that they come through sometimes, so I peeked through the blinds, and that's when I saw a man. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. He was standing just outside the edge of the light, far enough back that the details were hard to make out, but I could tell it was a man. No movement, no flashlight, nothing in his hands, just still. I just stood there, waiting for him to step forward or turn or anything. He didn't. It was like he was staring at the house, but his head was tilted a little, studying something. I pulled my phone out and started recording through the blinds, but between the glass and the darkness, the camera barely picked up anything. My stomach was going crazy. I didn't want to take my eyes off of him to call 911, and then he took one slow step forward. I backed away from the window and ducked behind the couch so he couldn't see me if he got closer. My heart was pounding, stomach turning. Everything was so loud in my head, it felt like it was filling the room. I finally grabbed my phone and called the sheriff's office, whispering to the dispatcher what I was seeing. She told me to stay on the line, lock all the doors. When I peeked again, he was gone. The dispatcher said a deputy was on the way, but it would be about 20 minutes. That was maybe the longest 20 minutes of my life. I couldn't stop thinking about all the ways into the house, the sliding door in the kitchen, the side garage door that my aunt always left unlocked, even the windows upstairs. When the deputy finally arrived, I met him at the door. He walked the property with a flashlight, and I stayed on the porch, too scared to leave the light. He didn't find anyone, but there were footprints, big ones, leading from the tree line up toward the porch, and then back again. Here's the part I don't understand. The prints weren't from boots or sneakers. They were bare feet. The deputy didn't have much to say about that, except that people do weird things sometimes. He told me to keep the doors locked and call right away if I saw anything again. I sat up in the living room that night with all the lights on. Sleeping was not an option. I was facing the backyard, waiting for that floodlight to click on again. It never did. The rest of the week was uneventful, but I couldn't shake that feeling. I kept imagining him standing there, just out of the light, like he knew exactly where the shadows would hide him. My aunt doesn't have cameras, and I never got any clear footage from my phone. There's nothing I can show anyone to prove that it happened, but I know what I saw, and I know that I wasn't just looking at some random guy who was lost in the woods. He really felt like he was there for the house, or for me. I can't explain it, but I don't wish to experience it again. This happened the summer my daughter turned 4. She was obsessed with her blue kiddie pool. the inflatable kind with cartoon sea creatures printed on the sides. I'd set it up in the backyard like I always did, half in the sun, half in the shade. A decent compromise so I didn't have to slather her with SPF 80 every hour. I filled the pool with a hose, tossed in a few plastic toys, and she splashed around for a solid hour while I read a book nearby. We went inside around lunch. She had a nap. The pool sat untouched for the rest of the day. And then around 6 p.m., I got a text from my neighbor, Janie. It said, "Hey, your kiddie pool is bubbling." I read it twice, confused. Bubbling? It wasn't plugged into anything. No jets or heater. There was no reason it should be doing anything other than sitting there being filled with stale hose water. So I went out to check, and sure enough, the pool was moving, rippling, almost violently, like something underneath was trying to get out. But there was no wind. The air was still. Even the wind chimes on the porch were quiet. At first I thought maybe a squirrel or a bird had gotten stuck under the liner, until the center of the pool bulged upward. I stood there. The bulge shifted, and from the waterlogged bottom of the pool, something began to press up, hard. I watched, completely still, as a small hand pushed against the plastic from underneath. Not a child's hand. This was something pale and long. It was almost gray. Its fingers, there was only 3 of them, tipped with tiny black points. It pressed against the pool wall for maybe a second, 2 at most, before slipping back down and disappearing. Then, like a balloon losing air, the pool deflated. The water drained out through some tears, leaking into the grass. A few of the toys floated to the edge and rolled out onto the ground. Eventually, I got close enough to peek under the pool. Nothing. There were no creatures, no holes, no animal, just soaked grass. The pool was in perfect condition, but even that seemed wrong. The grass, the patch in the middle, the exact spot where the hand had pushed up. It was too perfect. It wasn't flattened, just dry, as if the water had avoided it entirely. The soil beneath was cracked, like it hadn't seen moisture in months, even though I'd just dumped gallons of water onto it. I didn't say anything to Janie. What was I supposed to text back? "Yeah, thanks for the heads up. There's a demon living in my backyard now." Instead, I just tossed the pool into the trash bin, tried to forget about it, decided I'd get a new one. The yard, however, wouldn't let me forget about it. That circle of dead grass never went away. No matter how much I watered it, reseeded it, dug it up, replaced the soil, it stayed dead. A perfect pale ring, maybe 3 feet across. The weeds and the bugs won't even live there. It's just this strange, stubborn patch of nothing. We stopped using that part of the yard altogether. My daughter didn't even really like to play near it anymore, which, that's scary. She said it gave her a sad tummy, which, honestly, same. The few times that people have pointed it out to ask what happened, we just said we weren't sure, that it's always been like that. Eventually, I convinced myself that it was just one of those weird things, maybe a gas bubble from under the soil, maybe some bizarre water pressure situation that tore the pool and nothing more. But the hand, the fingers, those I can't explain. I don't usually post, but this happened last night and I can't get it out of my head. I was home alone, my girlfriend's out of town for work, my roommate's visiting family. Just me, the dog, in a quiet street where you usually only see neighbors that you know. It was around 9 p.m., already dark. I had the TV low in the living room when the dog hopped off the couch and stood like a statue at the front door. No barking, just locked in that stiff, alert stance. And that's when I heard, "Hey, you home?" It was my best friend's voice, no question. I've known him since middle school, and I could pick his voice out anywhere. At first I thought maybe he'd flown in as a surprise. Weird, but not impossible. I started to open the door and then hesitated and peeked through the blinds. There was nobody there. Driveway was empty, yard empty. My porch light was on. I should have seen someone walking away. The dog's tail was tucked now, ears pinned back. Then it came again, softer and stretched out. "Hey, you home?" This time it was coming from the driveway. I felt a cold crawl up my back. I shut off the porch light to get a better look into the dark, but there was nothing moving. My dog let out a low growl. She only uses this when she means it. Here's the problem. I text my friend that morning. He's across the country. No car here, no way that he'd be in my driveway. I text him anyway. "Yo, you messing with me?" His reply came quick. "What? What's up, dude?" Before I could even respond to him, "Hey, you home?" Closer now, right outside the steps. I was panicking internally, deciding what my next move would be, when my dog suddenly tore toward the back door, barking like crazy. I peeked through the kitchen window. No one. I called the cops. They showed up about 10 minutes later. By then, there was just silence and no voice. They walked the yard, checked the street. Nothing. Not even footprints in the gravel, tire marks, nothing. One officer suggested I was imagining it, being alone all day, but I know what I heard. It wasn't kind of like my friend's voice. It was him, perfect. Yet, no one was there. And that's the part that keeps me awake. If something out there can sound exactly like someone you trust, what happens when you open the door? This happened when I was living in a small 2-story house by myself. My bedroom was upstairs, facing the backyard. I remember waking up in the middle of the night because I heard this faint tapping sound. At first, I was half asleep and figured it was just a tree branch brushing against the glass. But then I realized there weren't any trees near that side of the house. Nothing that could have reached the window. The sound wasn't constant. It was like someone lightly tapping their fingernail on the glass every couple of seconds. I laid there listening, trying to convince myself that it was just something shifting in the house. Finally, I sat up, turned on the lamp, and walked over to the window. The second I got close, the tapping stopped. I didn't see anything outside, no shadows or movement, just the yard, still, quiet, and dark. I closed the curtain, told myself I was imagining things. I forced myself to go back to bed. The next morning, though, when I went to open the blinds, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. On the outside of the glass were faint smudges, like someone had pressed their fingers there. I still don't know how to explain that. The window was on the second floor. There was no ledge, no ladder, no way for someone to reach it. It only happened that one night, but every time I think about it, I get that same uneasy feeling I had when I saw those fingerprints. This happened when I was a kid, probably around 10 or 11. It was one of those perfect small-town Halloweens. The air was crisp and you could smell pumpkin guts and cheap fog machines, and every house on our street was lit up and decorated. Except one. It was this old 2-story house near the end of the block. No decorations, no lights, just the faint orange glow of a porch bulb that barely reached the steps. I remember we almost skipped it, but then someone noticed a big plastic bowl sitting on the top step. There was a paper sign taped to the front that said, "Please take one." It was the only house on that side of the street without decorations, so we figured maybe the people weren't home, but still wanted to hand something out. I went first because I wasn't afraid of a dumb prank. I leaned down, holding my pillowcase open, and that's when I noticed the bowl looked weird. It wasn't full of bright wrappers like you'd expect. It looked dark. I remember frowning and thinking that maybe the candy was covered in fake cobwebs or something, but when I got close enough, I realized it wasn't cobwebs at all. It was moving. I jumped back so fast I almost fell off the step. Everyone laughed, thinking I was just trying to scare them, but I swore I saw something wiggle. So my friend Jenna stepped forward and said, "Oh my God, they're fake bugs. Calm down," and reached in to grab one. The moment her hand touched the candy or the bowl, everything inside the bowl started crawling. It had to have been hundreds of bugs, spilling out, moving. Crickets, beetles, roaches, centipedes. Bugs I couldn't even identify. The whole bowl was alive. Jenna screamed and dropped it, and the bugs scattered across the porch, over her shoes, down the steps. We all took off running. We didn't stop until we were halfway down the block. I remember looking back. The porch light was completely out. We told a few other kids what had happened, but they went to check it later. The porch was empty. No bowl, no bugs. Nothing there. We didn't go near that house again. When I mentioned it to my parents the next day, they said that place had been vacant for years. The owners died when I was littler. It'd been sitting empty ever since. I know we didn't imagine that bowl, so somebody else must have set it there. Call it a prank, but it was disgusting. When I was in my early 20s, my sister bought this small house on the edge of town. It used to belong to our great aunt, one of those places that still smelled faintly of old wood and mothballs, no matter how much you cleaned it. Our aunt had passed away there 3 years before, in the front sitting room. I was a teenager when it happened. It wasn't violent or anything, it was a heart attack, but my sister and I both knew that she hadn't been found for a while. We never really talked about it. Fast forward a decade, my sister was hosting a family dinner, and she'd just finished fixing up the house. Fresh paint, new furniture, the whole thing. The sitting room where our aunt had died had been turned into a playroom for her 4-year-old daughter, my niece. During the party, my niece disappeared into that room while the adults were in the kitchen. I went to check on her after a while because it had gotten really quiet. She was sitting on the rug with her toys in front of her, completely still, just staring at the armchair by the window. "Hey, kiddo, what you doing?" I asked. She didn't look at me. "Talking to the lady." "What lady?" "The one in the chair." I looked. The chair was empty. "Is she nice?" I asked, keeping it light. "She says she knows you," my niece said. "She says you used to come here and eat cookies with her." It gave me chills. Our aunt had baked cookies every time I visited. That's not something my niece could have known. I never told her about that, and my sister didn't really keep those kinds of family stories alive. "What else did she say?" I asked. My niece finally looked up at me, completely serious. "She says she doesn't like all the changes that were made here." We left the room, and I shut the door. I didn't tell my sister about it until weeks later, and even then, I left out the part about not liking all the changes. This was a while ago, when I was still in college. A group of us went camping one weekend in the middle of nowhere. It wasn't an official campsite, just a clearing near a creek that we'd found by following an old trail. We'd set up 2 tents, built a fire, and spent the night drinking beer, trying to scare each other with stupid stories. Eventually, most of the group had gone to sleep. There were 4 of us total, and I remember one of my friends, Ethan, had turned in early because he had a headache. He was out cold in the tent while me and the other 2 sat by the fire. That's when I heard Ethan's voice. It was calling my name. Not from the tent, though. From the woods. It came from deep enough that it made me freeze. I looked over at the other 2 to see if they'd heard it too, and both of them had their heads up, listening. Then we heard it again, clear as day. "Hey, Curtis, come here." In unison, we all stood up. One of my friends shouted back, asking if he was okay, but the voice just kept calling, sounding farther away. The thing is, it was identical to Ethan's voice. Definitely his voice, saying my name. I started to panic a little, thinking maybe he'd sleepwalked out of his tent and we didn't notice, though I couldn't figure out why he'd be yelling for us to come out there if that was the case. I grabbed a flashlight and went straight to his tent, unzipped it, pointed the light inside, and there he was, out cold, wrapped in his sleeping bag, breathing steady. He hadn't moved an inch. I stood there for a long moment listening, and from the trees, I swear I heard one last faint call, like it was moving even further away, but was still there. Obviously, I didn't go after it. None of us did. We packed up and left first thing the next morning. Ethan thought that we were messing with him when we told him what had happened, but I know what I heard. Well, we all do. Probably the most unsettling part was that I heard my name being called, but later the others admitted that they'd each heard their own name being called. This happened when my daughter was about 6 years old. She's grown now, married with a family of her own, and she doesn't remember a thing about it. But I do. I remember it like it was yesterday. Back then we lived in a smaller house, 2 bedrooms side by side. My daughter had her own room, and most nights she had no trouble sleeping. But for a while, she started telling me about a man who stood at the foot of her bed at night. She wasn't scared when she told me, more matter-of-fact about it. She'd say, "The man's back again," like she were talking about a neighbor stopping by. I figured it was a phrase, just an overactive imagination. I checked her room, though, reassure her nobody was there. She'd fall back asleep, but tell me, "He's there." This went on for weeks. Always the same description. Tall, dark, just standing there watching. My spouse and I brushed it off as childhood dreams. Kids see things in the dark, right? One night I woke up for no particular reason. Something just pulled me out of sleep. The house was quiet. I glanced at the clock. It was just after 3 a.m., and then I looked toward the hallway. My daughter's bedroom door was cracked open, and I could see the faint glow of her nightlight. And I could also see him, a shadowy figure, standing at the foot of her bed, exactly where she'd always said he would be. He wasn't moving, just standing there, tall, but solid, darker than the rest of the room. Every instinct I had screamed to run in and grab her, but I couldn't move. I just stared. I blinked and stood, but he was gone. I rushed into her room, but she was sound asleep, breathing steady, clutching her stuffed animal. completely unaware. I never told her what I saw. She stopped mentioning the man not long after. Life just went on. But years later, when she was a teenager, I tried to bring it up casually, asked if she remembered ever having any strange dreams as a kid. She just stared at me blankly, said no. She has no memory of it at all. But I do. I'll always remember the night I saw exactly what she'd been describing, standing at the foot of her bed. Who it was, what it was, I don't know. A few years ago, my next-door neighbor asked if I could watch her daughter for about an hour while she ran to the store. It was late afternoon in the middle of one of those steady autumn downpours. Dark clouds, street flooding, gutters gurgling. She let me in the living room with her daughter and said that she'd be back soon. The house was quiet except for the rain against the windows. About 20 minutes in, I heard the front door open. I turned in time to see a little boy, maybe 7 or 8, walk straight in with a bright yellow raincoat and rain boots, hood up, water dripping off of him. He didn't look at me, didn't speak, just walked right past and went up the stairs toward the bedrooms. I looked at the daughter, expecting her to say something, but she just kept coloring like nothing had happened. "Who was that?" I asked. She looked up at me, completely blank. "Who?" "The boy who just went up the stairs." She frowned. "There's no boys here." My stomach sank. I told her to wait there, and I grabbed a rolled-up umbrella and went up after him. The upstairs hallway was empty. All the bedroom doors were open. No closets big enough to hide in. The only window was latched shut. I checked twice before going back down. Not long after, the neighbor came home, shaking the rain off of her coat. I tried to play it casual, but finally asked, "Hey, was someone supposed to stop by? A little boy, yellow raincoat." She gave me the same look that her daughter had. "What are you talking about? No one's been here but you two." I didn't push it, but I also didn't agree to babysit again. This happened a few years ago when I was at one of the lowest points in my life. I don't normally share stuff like this, but it's been on my mind lately. I'd just gone through a breakup and my job was hanging by a thread. I remember that night I didn't even want to go home because the apartment felt heavy, like every wall was reminding me how alone I was. So I wandered around downtown after work. It was cold. I ducked into this little park that's usually empty at night, except for the occasional dog walker. I sat on a bench and just cried. Not out loud or anything, but the kind of crying where your chest just hurts because you're holding it in. After a while, I realized that someone had sat down on the bench next to me. I didn't even hear them walk up. It was this older woman, maybe mid-60s, bundled up in a coat with a scarf. She had this kind face, not grandma exactly, but close. She asked, "Rough night?" I nodded. I couldn't even talk at first. She didn't push, just sat there. Then she said, "It's not always going to feel like this. People come and go, but you stay with you." I remember blurting out something like, "I don't even know where I'm supposed to go next." And she laughed softly and said, "Then start with somewhere warm, somewhere safe. Everything else comes after." We talked for maybe 10 minutes. Nothing too deep, just small things about holding on, about not letting a bad night decide your whole story. Her voice was steady, not pitying. By the time she stood up to leave, I felt lighter, like I could actually breathe. When I finally went home, I slept better than I had in weeks. The next day, I even showed up to work on time, which hadn't happened in a while. But the real part of the story comes a couple of weeks later. I was back at the park in the daytime. I mentioned the woman to the guy that runs a little hot dog cart near the benches. I described her: older, short, curly gray hair, big red scarf, gentle voice. He gave me this weird look. Then he said, "Fun glasses?" And I nodded. "You must mean Margaret. She used to live around here, always sat on that bench, talked to anyone who looked like they needed it. Real sweet lady." I said, "Yeah, her, that sounds right." He shook his head and said, "Yeah, but she passed away 2 years ago." I laughed at first because I thought that he was messing with me, but he was serious. Even told me about the little memorial people had left near the bench for her. I walked over, and sure enough, there was a small plaque on the side of the bench. I had never noticed it before. Her name was on it. I remember looking up her obituary, trying to find anything I could on her, and I found a picture. It was her. So yeah, I don't know what to make of that night. All I know is I talked to someone. I felt her warmth and I heard her voice, and it gave me exactly what I needed to get through that night. If it was my brain playing tricks, fine. If it was something else, even better. I just know that I left that park with a little more hope than I went in with. And sometimes when I pass that bench now, I say thank you under my breath. This happened to me January 2015. I didn't even know what a black-eyed kid was at the time. I'd always been a night owl, into playing video games, surfing the net, and reading books well into the night. At the time, we were living in a 3-plex condo in the center unit. All of them were 2-story, a few miles outside of town, and sheltered in isolation just off an old highway. So, it would have been really difficult for somebody to walk that far down to our development and know whose porch to approach. It was about 2 a.m. It'd been storming big time on the Oregon coast that night. The winds whipping through the area, and we'd had sideways rain going on for days. I was sitting in my room with a little stained glass lamp on, and that wasn't much brighter than a nightlight. I was also burning a candle. The house was perfectly quiet and appeared to be asleep, except for me. That's when I began to hear our front screen door creaking. It sounded like it was being slowly and carefully opened. Whoever was out there at that time of night, in those conditions, seemed to know about the squeaky door and was trying to open it as quickly as possible, about an inch at a time. I kept listening for the sound, making sure it wasn't the wind, but I kept hearing a little hinge creak and then another creak until it was obvious that it was very deliberate. Whoever was doing this knew exactly what they were doing, and for whatever reason, chose not to ring the illuminated doorbell right next to the front door. All of this was going through my mind in rapid, terrifying detail, freaking me out to the real threat that I was about to be confronted by a very bold intruder. I breezed around the corner of my room, which was on the bottom floor, closest to the front porch, and I made my way towards the door. I didn't know what to expect, but I knew somebody was definitely out there. My husband at the time was sleeping upstairs, probably passed out cold. He was a doctor who was always on call, kept long hours, so I hesitated to wake him or get the police involved until I knew for sure what to report. I stood silently in front of the door, armed with my phone and a baseball bat, waiting to see what, if anything, would happen next. Roughly 2 minutes later, I saw the front doorknob being turned slowly, like someone was trying to manipulate the door open. It was locked, but since whoever was out there had taken the time to quietly get that far, I felt fairly confident that they were about to take it much further. The old front door we had at the time didn't have a peephole. It just had this little bit of glass over the top of it. that only a 7-foot-tall person could see through. My only alternative was to look through a side 3-foot-long by 6-inch narrow window, just adjacent to the door. I kept the lights off and slowly tried to move the little curtain, just enough to peek out onto the porch. As soon as I did, I was shocked to see a figure cloaked in a hoodie staring straight back at me. I was overcome with a feeling of dread and panic. At that point, I flipped on all the lights inside the house and yelled through the front door, "Who are you? What do you want?" There was no answer. I repeated myself and asked, "Are you injured, or is there someone I can call for you?" By then, it was at least 2:30 in the morning. There was still no response, so I ran around quickly and made sure the windows and back doors were locked. I also went to the top of the stairs to look out the hallway window to the parking area. I wanted to see if there were any cars or other figures hiding out in the darkness. I couldn't see anything unusual anywhere. I ran back down to the front door and yelled, "I'm calling the police now." Finally, I heard what sounded like a woman in a monotone voice say, "I need you to open the door and let me in." I was dumbfounded and choking on fear, but I asked her why, what was wrong, and if she needed me to make a call for her. I asked if she was hurt, but I got no reply. So I informed her that my husband was home and sleeping upstairs. I told her I would wake him up and started yelling for him. She interrupts my shouts with a cryptic, robotic reply. "I'm not hurt. I need to come inside. I have something to give you." I was flipping out of my mind by now, but I pulled the curtains all the way back on the side window, turned on the front porch light, and asked her to show me through the glass. She turned around and I could see that she was holding this perfectly groomed, long-haired Pomeranian. It was wearing some gold medallion collar, a fancy one that had the dog's name engraved on the front. Even through the glass, I could see that the address wasn't mine. She must have known that. At that point, she said to me, "I'm here to give you back your dog. Let me in. I'll give him back to you." I snapped back, "That's not my dog, lady. Look at his collar. My dog's right here." And both of them were sitting right beside me, standing guard, but keeping strangely silent. She said again in her creepy way, "I just want to give you your dog back." It felt like I was in the Twilight Zone on steroids. I said, "Look at the dog's tag. Where did you find this dog? Look at the address. It's not my dog, but I'll make a phone call to its rightful owner if you tell me the number on the tag." I was becoming more concerned about the dog, being a devoted dog lover, and the fact that this disturbing person wasn't actually its owner. She didn't move, and I noticed the dog she was carrying was being unusually still as well. It wasn't acting upset, anxious, trying to get away from her. It didn't make sense. It was the most peculiar situation I'd ever seen, but the feeling was ominous and dark. I started looking carefully at this woman so that I could give the details to police, in case she took off with the dog. I could see that she was a thin, younger woman, possibly a late teenage girl. She had straight, dark hair, covered by a red hoodie she was wearing, and a pair of dark jeans. It was impossible to see her eyes. I reached into a nearby coat closet for a flashlight. Just then she said, "If you would just open the door and take a look at the dog to make sure it's not yours, I'll leave." I grabbed a knife from the kitchen, held my phone tightly, and walked towards the door. My dogs never moved. I figured I'd take a close look and slam the door if I had to. I figured if she was unarmed, I might have a chance of grabbing the dog and getting it to its rightful owner. So I said to her, "I've got my phone. I'm ready to call the police if you try anything. Can you just step back from the door and I'll take a look at the dog?" I pulled the front door open slowly and took a long, careful look. The dog appeared to be exceptional and perfect, like it had just come from winning a prize at the AKC dog show. It was obviously someone's prized pet, not just a stray that she'd found, or one that I'd seen around before. I told her it wasn't mine, again. As I did, she took one step towards the door, and I noticed she was holding something in her left hand behind her back, while her other hand was supporting the weight of the dog. She kept looking down at her feet and remained silent. I asked her to put the dog down. As I said that, she glanced back towards the road and the parking area, but I didn't see anyone or any cars there. I asked her again to put the dog down and to leave the front porch area. I said I would let the dog in as soon as she did, and then I'd get it back to its rightful owner. At that point, she looked up at me and seemed to stare right through me with her cold, dead, penetrating eyes. I've never seen anything more bizarre in my life. Her eyes were jet black, her hollow stare fixated on me, like I was being examined or called to some kind of challenge. My hands were trembling, and it was all I could do not to throw up. She didn't seem drunk or on drugs of any kind. She seemed surreal, and in my mind, I kept thinking of the Grim Reaper. I was hearing the words to the Lord's Prayer and struggling not to make eye contact with her. There was something very unnatural and menacing about her eyes, her intensity and her odd, calculated, cold behavior. I couldn't figure it out. I shut the door and started screaming for my husband to come downstairs. He finally came down. I yelled to him, "Hurry! There's somebody standing on the front porch. She's got someone else's dog, keeps saying it's mine. I think she's carrying something behind her back. There's something very wrong with her. Be careful." I called 911 as he opened the front door, but she was already gone. There was no sign of her anywhere. We even got in the car and drove around. The police couldn't find her either, and they couldn't find any reports on a missing woman or a missing dog anywhere in the state. The incident haunted me, so I decided to research lost pets with the description, any reports of women or girls like her in the area that might have been reported or listed nationwide, but I couldn't find anything. Curiously, the only thing that kept coming up was a new sighting of the so-called black-eyed kids in the Portland, Oregon, or northern coastal area where I was living at the time. I'd never heard of anything like that. But when I saw the pictures that other people had posted, read some of the stories, similar reports, my heart froze. She looked exactly like that. The eyes, especially. I don't know what else I could tell you, but I'll never forget it. I'm not sure what her purpose was, though. But I feel like she targeted me because of the fact that I was isolated, known for having my dogs with me everywhere. I would do anything to protect a dog or a helpless animal. Somehow I think she knew that. But it'll always be a creepy mystery. I feel like there has to be more information on this, but I can't find anything beyond cookie-cutter news articles. I couldn't possibly be the only one writing about this. My story can't be the only one. But if it is, please read this before it's suppressed or deleted. I live in central Okanagan, and in late January, I'd gone on an early morning walk with my dog Pickle. It's a routine we do every day. I keep binoculars, a Swiss Army knife with a flint, and a plastic bag for dog droppings, all in a fanny pack attached to my hip every time we leave. The trail we walk goes on for kilometers, but Pickle and I rarely make it 3 before turning around. In that distance, there's still hallmark vantage points that look over the winery valleys. My Instagram's filled with photos of the view throughout the seasons. In the early morning, it was typical to see a low fog covering the valley in a haze before the sun comes out to evaporate it. There was also an old man that I'd always see driving the rows of vines. There's 4 large plots and he maintains the furthest. I don't think he's ever seen me up there, staring down at him. I'm pretty hidden behind trees and he's barely a speck from where I am, but it's always a fun sight to see. On this day, as we stopped to take in the scenic landscape, there was a slow fog drifting in from the hills unlike anything I'd ever seen. It was bright pink, opaque clouds that were slowly consuming the valley in front of me. The fog was probably about 5 to 6 kilometers away and lower in elevation than where I actually was, but still, watching the fog as it spread made me feel anxious. It floated in such an ominous manner. The crows and other smaller birds started to fly away in large clusters trying to avoid it. I didn't like seeing them do that. It also forced me to notice the lack of nature noise that I'm accustomed to hearing on the trail. I knew Pickle had come back because I could hear him breathing by my leg. I could hear the wind rustling the grass, and it sounded like ocean waves around me. The silence actually rattled me. I'd never heard the world so quiet, so empty. And then a sound began to echo from the valley. It was barely a hum, but I was astonished I could hear it from where I was. I started looking for its source on the furthest plot, and I spotted a large tractor emerging from the fog. It's going full speed and leaving a clear path of destroyed trellis fencing in its wake. It hurtled right through the rows, trying to outrun the cloud. Plumes of brown and green lifted off the ground every time the tractor bucked. I put up my binoculars again to get a better look, but when I got a view of the tractor, I could see through the rear window of the tractor, unobstructed. If there was someone in the driver's seat, their body would be in front of it, blocking out the light. The cab looked abandoned while it creamed through the fields. I put down my binoculars and watched it crash into a bigger piece of machinery before it fell over on its side. No sign of the old man anywhere, and soon the tractor had been completely devoured by the pink looming fog. Pickle started whimpering. He was staring out into the valley, equally as focused on this thing as I was. It spooked me. I didn't want to be in the hills if the fog somehow made its way up. So I grabbed Pickle's leash and we ran home. I made sure to close the doors and all the windows, even going as far as taping the vents shut, but the fog never made it to us and eventually burned off with the morning sun. I spent that day calling everyone I knew to see if they'd seen it. Few folks living east of the valley and one friend right in town said that they'd all seen it. My friend in town, her name's Danny, she said that her house had been surrounded by it around 7 that morning, but she didn't go outside to investigate. She did the same thing that I'd done, which was to seal everything off. The folks living east of the valley told me their dog went missing. They think it used its doggy door to go outside. It got lost in the fog. They were asleep during the time that it would have taken place, and therefore they can't know exactly what happened, but they've had that dog for over a decade, and it's never wandered off before. Their backyard's also lined with a wooden 6-foot fence that the dog no doubt could scale over if it tried hard enough. But again, this is not the dog's personality. They blamed the fog for its disappearance. No one knew what to make of it. I too blamed the fog, but my theory as to how it happened would have sounded crazier than theirs. And that's because when I got home after seeing it, I'd closed everything up, and the next thing I did was sit down at the computer and Google pink fog. The first few websites only mentioned it as an atmospheric phenomenon when sunlight hits water droplets. That makes sense enough, but it wasn't what we saw. This fog was something different, and it had nothing to do with light tricks. Then I found a collection of reports from the United States involving a carnivorous pink cloud from 1955 to 1966. Residents of Daytona, Florida were terrorized by a thick, creeping ground fog. It's on record being blamed for 12 deaths within that span. The descriptions I read were more in line with what I'd seen in our valley. I don't know that there's been any reported deaths related to the event I witnessed, but I know that the tractor stayed stagnant on its side for over a month. And those tending to the vineyard now, they're part of some commercial company. Who knows what really happened, but it all makes me pretty uneasy to think about. Something insane happened, but I can't explain how. Last year, my brother Ian was killed during a home invasion. Some random guy charged into his house, broad daylight, and a week later, we were having his funeral. The intruder was high on meth, thought my brother was robbing him. It was all so stupid. But I'm not here to talk about the trial or my grief. I have a therapist for that now. I want to share what started happening most recently. First off, I'm kind of a crappy millennial. I'm 35, but I don't really do any kind of social media other than Reddit, and even that is just a collection of memes. No Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or Snapchat. I've never used any of them. I'm from a family of introverts, and my brother was no exception. He spent most of his time working offshore, and when he was home, he preferred being outdoors. This is all to stress that we're not the kind of people that you can just look up online, read about all of our intimate details and stuff like that. A few weeks ago, I got a message from Ian's Reddit account. It just said, "Kayla, are you there?" No one had his password. He barely used it. There's not a single post on his profile. We never even tried to get in. He never married or had children. He was just alone. What few friends he did have moved away after college. Still, I asked just to be sure. The reply was, "No, it's Ian." I assumed his account was hacked, and I tried to keep my temper as I explained my brother was deceased. The hope was that any decent person would have an ounce of sympathy and move on to someone else. But they stuck to their story and used an old nickname, one that no one had called me since we moved out of Florida. Over the next several days, they also told me the names of my family members, pets, everything. They knew everything. Things that maybe 3 people in the world know. I confronted them all, but each seemed more confused than the last. Still, the messages continued. Then, I found myself participating as if it were Ian. At first, I told myself it would be easier to catch the asshole, to find any tiny discrepancy in their facade. But then I got sucked into it for real. We would talk so naturally that it's like I forgot Ian was dead. Then the conversation would end, and the reality of it all would come crashing back. People can't message you from the dead, Kayla. But then, the same thing would happen the next day, and the next. Finally, I confided in a friend who concluded it was a random sicko getting off on screwing with the bereaved. That made more sense than any of my theories, so I took her advice and ignored the messages for 2 days. When I failed to respond, I received one saying, "I understand you need to move on. It's okay. I'll always be with you." My friend said that it was just another tactic, so I held strong. To take my mind off things, she invited me to a small concert the following night, and I agreed. That morning, I woke to find my inbox flooded with messages, warning me, begging me not to go. No one even knew about our plans. I didn't tell my friend about the newest DMs. They had gotten to me, and I didn't want to sound crazy. Instead, I told her that I wasn't feeling up to it after all, and I promised to go next time. That night, a drunk driver T-boned my friend on her way home. The truck hit the passenger side going over 70 miles an hour. The driver, pronounced dead on arrival. My friend, she'll be in the hospital for up to 6 weeks. The car is totaled, and it is very safe to say I would not have survived the crash had I been present. I don't know how to explain any of this. I've never believed in ghosts. I could have spent the rest of my life thinking I encountered a particularly skilled con artist. But what about the crash? How could they have known? Could it all be a coincidence? I never believed in those much either. But I feel insane admitting that I believe it was really Ian. Last January, I was between jobs and had just recently had a daughter who was at the time about 5 months old. My husband had been working through my pregnancy but lost his job. We were living at my mom's house. I have an education in psychology and some experience as a counselor, so I was looking for the best I could get. But the best I could find right away was a job working as a paraprofessional in a special education department of an elementary school in a nearby suburb. The position was unique to COVID times, being that they needed someone to just sit around the computer room while kids did speech therapy over Zoom. Don't get me started on how terrible virtual speech therapy is, but anyway, my job was to just walk around the school, back and forth between the classrooms and the computer room, picking up kids, taking them to the Zoom room, sitting there for 30 minutes to an hour, depending on the kid, taking them back, picking up the next batch. I was overqualified, we'll say. Some days of the week were scheduled tightly, and other days of the week I routinely had just 2 appointments. The school was a ginormous horseshoe shape, housing 700 elementary school children. I was located all the way at the far back of one side in the pre-K wing. It could take 15 minutes to walk all the way across the building and back when the kids I was picking up were in the older grades. Every day I would make this walk. In the middle of the school, across from the front office, I would always notice and try to ignore this strange rag doll. It was made with construction paper over its face and showcased in a display case. No bad vibes from it, but it just seemed out of place and random. It was there the entire 5 months I worked there, never changing or having added to its case. Onward, weird things happened in the computer room where I worked. The doors in the school use a key to lock from both the inside and outside. The doors do not lock automatically. You absolutely 100% have to manually lock them with a key. We are technically supposed to lock rooms when we leave them empty throughout the day, but no one ever did. So I just left my door unlocked when I went to get the kids. I would go to get a kid in pre-K, so they'd be literally 2 classrooms away, less than a minute to pick them up. My door would be locked by the time I returned. Sometimes I'd be gone longer, but sometimes that's all it would take, 60 seconds. I messed around with this door in my free time, trying to figure out why or how it was locking. And the only conclusion that I could come up with was that someone was manually locking it when I was gone. I asked the janitor that was always around. He said no. I asked if it could lock itself. He said no. So, I came to the conclusion that someone was fucking with me, trying to teach me a lesson for not locking my door or something, passive-aggressively. Well, I don't play that. So I texted my boss, the vice principal, asked to come talk to her when she had time. I explained the situation to her. She said she was sure that no one would do something like that, but she would have maintenance look at the door, and that was the end of it. I come back after the weekend, the door is broken, like off the kilter of its hinges, so it won't shut all the way at all. Guess locking on its own won't be a problem anymore. That school didn't have security cameras in the halls. I wonder if they had any video of me pushing the doorknob down to check that it was unlocked before walking off, returning, and it being locked. Anyway, after that, there was a day where I went to get a kid out of his classroom in the pre-K wing by my office, but they switched the schedule up that day, so the class wasn't in there. I shrugged it off, went to pick up the other kid that also sat in there for this block, then came back. There was another paraprofessional watching her own kids in the playroom nearby, so I asked her if she knew where the other class would be right now. She said she didn't know, but that she thought that she'd seen a kid run in there. Might have been going to use the bathroom. I said okay, went back into the empty classroom. I have the other little kid with me at this point, and there's a bathroom in the back of the class, but it's open. I walk over there, confused, check the room, even look behind the door. There's no kid. I shrug my shoulders at the other little one and begin walking back towards the exit of the room. The bathroom door slams shut behind me. The other little kid jumped out of his skin. I tried to remain calm. The other paraprofessional nearby sees us out in the hallway, peering into the empty classroom, presumably looking very puzzled and freaked out. She asks if the kid was in there. No, but the door slammed behind me when I was walking out. I trailed off, looking down at the kiddo with me, who's looking back up at me with his eyes wide as ever. Probably just the wind, I say. The other para kind of looks at me crazy but shrugs it off, keeps about her business. The kid I was with, I shit you not, whispers, "It was a ghost." And of course I say, No, I'm sure it was just because I messed with the door. You know, the obvious. So, incident blown off. A couple weeks pass by, and I'm in the empty computer room working on art for the walls. It's Wednesday, so it's an early day for pre-K, and all the littles have gone home while the real teachers are in a staff meeting. Someone knocks at my office door. Mind you, the door no longer shuts all the way, so I figure that they don't want to barge in. I get up from my desk 5 feet away and open the door. No one's there. I look down the hallway. No one's there. I go sit back down, more annoyed than anything, and it happens again. At this point, I'm kind of fed up. I do practice witchcraft and have been doing so seriously for more than 16 years, but I have no mediumship abilities or anything like that. I don't deal with ghosts and spirits in my practice, but that's the reason I'm not scared at this point. I ask the janitor if the place is haunted. Man, this guy doesn't skip a beat when he says, "Oh yeah, Rodney." Rodney? Yeah, they say a little boy died here. They named the doll across the office after him. What the fuck? I asked my supervisor about it and she says, "Oh yeah, they told you about Rodney, huh?" I'm like, yeah, well, that could have been in your ad. Okay, so at this point I've become acquaintances with the school librarian. I ask her about what's going on as well. She says all kinds of people have weird experiences. Night janitors have had things move on their own. One time, the top principal had an alarm go off, showing that someone was down in the basement at 3 a.m. But none of the outside doors had gone off. I guess another time was over spring break. The doll across from the office got ripped up in the display case. His head was laying on the ground, which is why he had a construction paper head now. There were no staff or students around when that happened. Another staff member never believed in ghosts until she saw a little boy run into a classroom and disappear. I guess that's about the extent of things that happened to me there, but I became fascinated. Some staff knew of the ghost, some had never heard anything. Mostly staff who worked on my side of the building had experiences. The other side of the building seemed like a whole other world, totally normal, no ghosts over there. I became the weird ghost girl, I'm sure, always asking people if they'd seen anything. I am not the person to pretend like something's going on, so as to not stir the pot. Of course, I never let the kiddos hear me talking about it. No one other than the janitor seemed to have heard of anyone dying at the school. The people who had heard of the ghost or had experiences did have theories. One day I asked a paraprofessional from another school in the district because at a meeting she mentioned that she herself attended the elementary school where I worked. She didn't know anything about a ghost, but she did say that while she attended, a boy died at school, in the wing where I worked. He had the flu, and his heart gave out. It's actually a very sad story. She could corroborate. She said that they hung drawings of his up in the hallway to commemorate him. Sure enough, among the plaques, there's a framed picture of a swimming hole in a mountain in memory of Ernie, not Rodney. I found a much, much better job, and I quit during summer vacation. But I did tell Ernie, in the silence of the computer room in the last week of school, that if he wanted, he could cross over, and that he didn't have to be stuck at the school. I even had a sacred place out in the country where I believe the veil is thin and that he's welcome to come there with me. Like I said, no psychic abilities here, so no idea if he got the message. But I did drive out there on the last day and put a birdhouse out for Ernie. I hope he's doing well. I've lived in my current home for over 17 years now. It's in Cape Cod, in a quiet neighborhood, built in 1956, and I'm a single mother, which will be relevant later. The house has 2 bedrooms upstairs and 2 down. My girls were preteens when we moved into the home, and I, in my infinite wisdom, decided that they should have the upstairs bedrooms, so when they became teenagers, I could tell if they were trying to sneak out of the house. I did not consider the possibility that they might climb out the windows, but that's a story for another day. After the first night, my oldest daughter told me that her bedroom was haunted. She knew this because the fan blades moved on their own. I scoffed at that, said that it had to be the wind, but she swore the windows weren't open. I still didn't believe her. Still, the atmosphere was kind of creepy upstairs, and I didn't really like being up there, especially in my younger daughter's room. It was just unsettling in there. Within a couple of months, my younger daughter told me that her ceiling fan blades moved on their own also. I blew her off like I did her older sister, but she insisted that they moved, stopped, and then moved in the opposite direction. I thought it was an exaggeration, because she was a dramatic child, but I couldn't deny that there was a little something going on. I could hear footsteps when no one was there. In fact, a few times I hollered up the stairs because I heard someone moving around, and when I got no answer, went up to check, and there was no one there. The years went by, and my oldest daughter moved out. Younger daughter moved into her room, and they had long since stopped complaining because I didn't take it seriously. I figured even if it was true, what was I supposed to do about it? I still heard the footsteps occasionally, but whatever. Then one day, my youngest daughter and I were in the kitchen, and we heard a loud thump in the living room. I had a heavy Waterford crystal clock. It was on the sofa table, and now it was on the ground, several feet away from the table. There was no way it just fell over, and no way it could have launched itself a couple of feet. Again, unsettling, and I was pissed because now my clock was chipped. My oldest eventually had a daughter, and she spent a lot of time at the house. As she learned to speak, she started asking me who the mean man in my house was. I said, "Honey, there's no man in my house." But one time, my youngest daughter was there when she said it. She glared at me and said, "Mom, she's pointing at the upstairs window." More time passed, and my youngest daughter moved out. After all these years downstairs, I decided it was time to occupy the master bedroom upstairs. My oldest daughter and her boyfriend were now living with me. Her boyfriend was Native American, practiced saging. I asked him to help me prep the room so I could occupy the upstairs. He came downstairs looking ill. He said, "Miss Julie, the vibes in that room are so bad. I got sick." He burned some sage and cleansed the room. It was better and allowed him to work, but it still wasn't good. I'd made up my mind, though, so we prepped the rooms anyway. We scraped and painted and replaced the floors, and I moved my furniture upstairs. The second night in my newly remodeled room, the television popped on at 3 a.m. It startled me. But I thought maybe my granddaughter had inadvertently programmed a timer to turn the TV on when she was playing with the remote. I checked the settings on the TV the next day, and there was no such function available. I told my youngest what happened, and she said, "The lights used to pop on all the time in the middle of the night. Welcome to the upstairs." I then consulted with a local psychic, one who's famous for working with the police to solve crimes. I told him nothing about the incidents, except to ask if there were any entities in my house. He said that there was an angry male that occupied the upstairs. He said the man was disabled, couldn't navigate the stairs easily. So he spent almost all of his time up there and was very resentful. He correctly identified that the room in between the two bedrooms, now a bathroom, was once a walk-in closet. He also said that sometimes when he identified an entity, he or she would leave just because they knew he was onto them. So, as a single female, one of my biggest fears in life has always been waking up and finding someone standing over me. It's a huge trigger for me. One night, soon after consulting the psychic, I woke up and felt someone standing over me. There was no one there that I could see, but I could feel them, regardless, as if they were right next to my bed. I sat up and yelled, telling them to get out. Get out of my house. You're not welcome here. Get out. I haven't felt that presence in my house ever since. It's been nearly a year. Fingers crossed. I don't know if it was the psychic who was onto him, or me telling it to leave, but I think we're good. I still burn sage, though, just in case. A lot of sage. I'm not exactly sure if this is paranormal, but I did have one moment that I can only explain as non-religious awe at witnessing what the soul of a person looks like. We, as EMTs and paramedics, accompany death all the time. We're present as we treat people who die in the midst of treatment, and we switch to resuscitation protocols and carry on, or we arrive on scene to find people who are clinically dead and occasionally resuscitate them to being clinically alive, sometimes even to the point of consciousness and responsiveness. But I had one patient whose death impacted me in a way that changed my life. He was assaulted in the restroom of a porn theater. He was viciously sexually assaulted, stabbed multiple times in the chest and abdomen, and several of his fingers were cut off to steal his rings. We weren't far from the hospital, so we scooped him up and took off. I was treating him en route, starting 2 large bore IVs, sealing up the pneumothorax, dressing the other wounds, etc., keeping up the professional babble, something like, "It's going to be okay. We're headed to the best trauma center in the area. You hold on now. Okay, you just keep breathing. Slow and deep. We've got this. You just hold on for me. You're doing great. Blah, blah." Suddenly, he grabbed my arm and said, "Please stop. I'm scared. I don't want to die alone. Just hold my hand, please." I'll never forget that. I was stunned. I stopped, sat on the bench, and held his hand. His eyes locked with mine, and as he took several agonal breaths, I watched his eyes change. 1 second, he was human, and then, inexplicably, he was not. I know that for anyone who's seen the eyes of a dead person, you can recognize them for what they were. But I've never been consciously present with a patient in that fraction of a moment when their eyes, the windows to the soul, emptied, and that person ceased to exist. It was scary and awesome, in the true sense of the word, and a sense of horror to accompany him as he left. I simply will never find the words to express that feeling. It kind of shook me because I'd gotten into this line of work after my mom died. I was never raised with religion or any kind of faith in something bigger than us. When a person died, their body decomposed, and only memories of them kept them alive. But now I wondered, was my mom somewhere out there in the ether? Did her soul still exist somewhere? When I dreamed of her, was her presence real? So that experience changed my life, made me question so much about death and life, where one begins and the other ends. Is it paranormal? I don't know. On my 14th birthday, I got an electric mountain bike as a gift from my uncle. Its intended purpose was to be my means of transportation for school, so I didn't have to take the stinky bus anymore. That was its intended purpose. What I really used it for was taking it up the hills with the older boys that rode actual motorbikes. My electric bike wasn't nearly as powerful as theirs and couldn't get enough speed to do tricks, so I basically used it as a chair while watching the other kids drive around the woods. One day, I got a healthy helping of peer pressure that leads me to the peak of a hill, trying to line my tires with a thin walking trail in between two tree trunks wider than my wingspan. At the top of the hill, there's a small, flat patch that I'm supposed to do a circle in to already have momentum when I hit the hill. Well, that plan didn't happen, though. I hit the throttle too fast on my turn, and I launched myself off the back of the mountain like a fucking cartoon character. The backside of the hill isn't like the front trail I was aiming for. The back is just a long drop into trees. And down those trees to the forest floor, several feet down from the trail. By the way, I'm not a guy, I'm not a bro, and the only reason I was up there was because I had a crush on one of the motorbike boys. I thought if I dressed cute and hung out there long enough, he would think that I'm way cooler than these dumb bikes. So, zoom, here I go off a fucking cliff. Before a tree branch bonked my lights out, I remember my last thoughts were, I'm gonna die now. What a lame way to go. At least they didn't see me fall. Teenagers. When I regained consciousness, I was high up in a tree and pretty fucking banged up. I knew I'd broken more than a few ribs. My arms and legs were cut up all to hell, but they still worked. The helmet I'd worn without a chin strap was gone, and the bugs, they were crawling in my hair. It's also now starting to get dark in the forest. I don't know how long I was out, but I do know the sun was nowhere near the horizon when I started. The forest was alive with woodland noise, but no human noises, no motorbikes or voices, no one calling my name trying to find me. In any other circumstances, the atmosphere would have been a yoga dream. Distant birds chirping, insects flying around, some tangled in my hair so I could hear their wings flap in HD. I wish I could have enjoyed it more. But the blinding pain in my ribs and horrible fear of falling to my death any second, I guess I should say fear of finishing my fall, kept my mind a little occupied from enjoying the view. From my perspective, the view I saw was nauseating. Panic and disgust were induced from knowing that I would have to somehow scale my ass down this tree. I've never climbed a tree up to this point. I didn't climb this one. I had no clue how to get down or what I was going to do. Where's my phone? Gone. Where's my DC slip-on shoes? Gone. They slipped off. It was brutal, crawling down one branch at a time. I'd slowly move my weight from branch to branch, making sure they could support my weight. I didn't know that would have been the easy part of my escape from the tree. Halfway down, the branches just stop. These kind of trees decided not to grow branches past a certain point, so I didn't have many other options but to grip the tree best I could, like a giant fire pole, and try to slide down. That worked for a few feet, I'd get a bunch more big cuts, several splinters, and some sort of friction burn on my cheek and forehead. Then, my crescent hold lost its tightness, and I fell at a diagonal angle backwards the rest of the way down. As I crash-landed on the forest floor with a massive thud, an electric surge of pain jolted through my body like a lightning bolt. The impact aggravated my already fractured ribs, so now gasping for breath was added to my list. The noises in the forest grew louder, reverberating through the towering trees, and then quieting down entirely, then back to a symphonic forest melody, over and over again. I knew something was wrong, aware of the urgency to secure some sort of safety. I battled with my weak and seriously bruised physique, summoning every drop of strength that remained in my slowly emptying tank. Weakly, I hoisted myself up, relying on the sturdy support of another nearby tree. Everything hurt, but at least my legs weren't broken. The darkness of the night had now engulfed the forest entirely. Each rustle of leaves or distant hoot of an owl, everything was scaring me suddenly, especially the thought that I might die out here. I had no idea where I was exactly, or what was going on with my head, my body. I persevered through that pain, but I realized I was only getting myself deeper into the labyrinth of the woods. The forest seemed to enclose around me, while the wind was relentless. Just as I started to lose some hope, a voice inside me told me I couldn't stop. It wasn't a real voice, just a strong feeling. But then, just a short time later, I could hear a voice in the distance. Finally, someone was saying my name. As I stumbled through the undergrowth, it almost felt like I was drunk. My steps were uneven, my breathing labored, but if I could just make it to the voice, I knew I'd be okay. I saw a flicker of light. It caught my attention due to the total darkness surrounding me. I pursued this little faint glow, hoping it was leading me out of the woods and not further into it. Then, I heard the voice again. It was only the second time I realized I didn't recognize the voice. It certainly didn't belong to any of the boys that I'd come with. It was a woman's voice. The unsettling noises of the forest gradually fade into the background, and I fixate on the beacon of light and the voice calling my name. Then, suddenly, everything went dark. I could feel myself falling, and then I could feel someone catch me. This time when I woke up, I was in a petite clearing. There was light again, but this was different than the guiding light that was just in front of me before I ended up in the clearing. This light was coming from the moon, which to my surprise, I could see now. The moon's glow was somehow illuminating a path I actually recognized, one that led to a popular road. I was in heaping pain, but still, relief washed over me, knowing that any form of civilization was finally within reach. Fueled by determination and a little bit of spite for being left here to begin with, I pressed on. Finally, I reached the road, and a car materialized in the distance, its headlights cutting through the darkness. Suddenly, my distrust for strangers disintegrated, and I was frantically waving my arms. Thankfully, I captured the attention of the driver, who after pulling over immediately rushed to my aid. Finally safe, I slumped into the arms of a total stranger, overwhelmed with gratitude for their kindness and the opportunity to escape that forest. It felt like the forest had tested me that day, physically, mentally, yet I also totally believe that it helped me. I don't know how I got to that clearing, who caught me, but also whose voice was guiding me. Some things just can't be explained, I guess. As for the motocross boys and my crush, well, it turns out it wasn't as malicious as I thought. They all waited for me to come down the hill and into view. I just never did. They went back up the hill to look for me, eventually. But since I'd literally fallen off the trail and was completely out of view, they all assumed I had chickened out and went home to save myself the embarrassment. None of them knew I was missing or injured. So, without that voice, I don't know where I'd be right now. But I bet it's a lot worse off. I joke nowadays that Mother Nature herself saved me. I guess I'm only half joking, though. Reality is, I'll never know. But I'm forever grateful. There's this cave in New Mexico that I used to visit often, back in the days when I was part of a motion picture film crew. This was before digital photography took over, so we relied on traditional film, which meant lugging around bulky equipment, massive lights with heavy battery packs, the only kind that can light up a space like that. The cave itself was something of a marvel, passages that twisted and turned like a labyrinth. But there was one room, deep inside, a chamber that the locals had warned us about. But you learn over time that locals love to say a lot of things when they realize you're filming in or around their territory. So we shrugged it off at first. It wasn't until we experienced it for ourselves that we understood what they meant. Every time we crossed into that room, something would happen. Call it unsettling or not, but our lights, no matter how powerful, would start to dim and flicker. It wasn't like the batteries were running low. It was more like something was feeding on the energy, draining it deliberately. At first we didn't think much of it other than better bring extra batteries and that maybe it was a quirk of the cave's environment, some natural phenomenon that we couldn't explain. But the more we worked in the cave, the more it felt like something else was there too. Of course, none of us could reason with that, so avoidance became the norm. The first time it happened, we were caught off guard. The lights started to die one by one, and in the dim glow of these failing bulbs, shadows on the walls, taking on shapes that seemed alive. Though we weren't moving, nor was our equipment. We had to stumble out of that room in near darkness, the only light coming from the small, weak beams of our flashlights, which were barely enough to guide our steps. After that, we learned to be cautious. We made it a rule, never stop in that room, not even for a moment. We'd move through it quickly without a word. The silence between us was heavy, but I think we were all scared of something. And every time, without fail, as soon as we crossed into that chamber, the lights would start their eerie flickering. There were times when I swear I felt something watching us, presence just out of sight, just spying from the shadows that made up a majority of our surroundings. The hairs on the back of my neck would stand on end. I'd quicken my pace, eager to leave that room. I wasn't the only one who felt it. The others would glance nervously at the walls, their faces like mine, their breaths coming a little faster as we hurried through, like mine. We never spoke about it directly, not in the cave at least. But afterward, when we were safe in the light of day, we'd share a little. Ultimately, we all agreed that it was best not to talk about it. We were all level-headed people, but we knew whatever was in that cave was something best left undisturbed. Eventually, the project ended, and I, for obvious reasons, haven't been back to that cave ever since. But even now, years later, I can still feel the weight of that place. I've never worked on a film, let alone experienced anything in life quite like it. It's a memory that stays with you, one that makes you question what's real. But deep down, I know it wasn't just in our heads. There was something in that cave, maybe even something that didn't want us there. In 2015, I sold a haunted house in the Bay Area of California. After 58 years and it affecting 3 generations with countless times of failed efforts to rid of it or cleanse it from whatever was there, I finally sold it. This all began with a Christmas gift of a spirit board gone terribly wrong in the hands of a very inexperienced 8-year-old child. That child was me. So I guess it's only fitting that I be the one that was able to sell it. We regularly had our names called out in that home, sounding like people that we knew. It wasn't just that. It was also having someone sit on our bed, something that escalated to being laid on and held down. Mirrors were a nightmare, as we always saw someone or something walking past, which would mean that whatever it was had to be at least 5 feet off the ground. It was tall, taller than we were as children, and especially taller than us as children. In our living room, anything near an antique mirror that was hanging would shatter. First we'd hear the crackle sound, and then pow. Vases, old collectibles, 60s ashtrays that are heavy and thick, and picture frame glass. All different variations of size and strength. They would all break. We heard parties happening in our backyard with lots of people talking, laughing, moving the yard furniture, and playing music. Some nights it was difficult to get any sleep, and the motion sensor lights would go on and off all night. However, if I looked outside, every sound would stop, and nothing would have been disturbed. As a teenager, I started yelling from my bed out of the window to shut up. I'm trying to sleep. And it actually worked. Over the years, the activity only increased, though. Friends complained about someone or something following them home. This was coming from people who had no idea about my little spirit board incident. These were people that knew nothing about the history of my childhood. A couple of friends had come over while we had a 1940s chalk figurine, one that levitated in a china cabinet. It was the 70s, so no pictures, but 8 witnesses. There really is just so much to unpack here. From having whatever this is follow me to wherever I've lived, and with more activity and too many experiences to print here, it started to affect my kids and then my grandkids. It followed my granddaughter and lived in the tree outside of her 2nd-story window, and before moving out, we learned its name. I bound it to the land itself by using its name. However, it's not the only thing to come through. When I removed the antique mirror last, because I didn't want it broken, the 2 brokers that I'd sold it to were present. Behind the mirror and on the wall were the shadow of 2 people looking out. This was the last property that they'd flipped, and it sat empty for almost 2 years, which is a huge loss of money. I'd like to share more, but my internet connection keeps cutting out. So that's all for now. Several years ago, I planned to quit my school, but divine intervention saved me and countless other lives, ones I would have tragically affected. I'm a lot older now, and I can hardly believe how passionate teenage feelings are. Everything was treated like it was the end of the world. In a sense, it was, because your world is a fishbowl, one that you're forced to exist and interact within. It's impossible not to. I won't bother listing the reasons why I was going to do it. I know now that none would have ever been good enough to justify the actions, my actions. It was all trivial shit that I'd eventually get over. But when you're neck deep in angst and basically the plankton in the high school food chain, in my head, this was the only way to be heard and for my pain to be recognized, giving back what was given to me. I had to mentally commit and put the deed day on my calendar. I planned for it to be on a Tuesday. It wasn't hard to find a firearm in my house, unlocked and unaccounted for. I selected one and made sure it fit into my backpack. I packed a 2nd magazine, but I didn't expect my deed to go on long enough for me to need to reload. The night before, I was plagued with nightmares. I'd never had sleep paralysis before, but there were points throughout the night where I could have sworn I was awake, but the imagery I was seeing could only be explained by saying I was in dreams. My dead uncle paid me a visit that night, and I'll never forget his mutilated face. He'd taken his own life a year or so before that. Nobody was allowed to see the body except for my aunt before he was cremated, but that's how he chose to visit me that night. As I tossed and turned in bed and I woke up, in the chair that I'd set my backpack on, there was now my uncle sitting there. His cranium resembled a bloomed flower, the meat and skull folded back like petals stemming from his neck. His work shirt was stained in blood. It was the same white t-shirt that he'd always wear with a Shark Mechanic logo. He just sat there like a hideous statue facing me, and it brought about the same aching sadness as I had that day I found out. The apparition's gory appearance gave me chills, thinking about it later, but in that very moment, I was losing my uncle all over again, and I was able to see and feel his hurt. He disappeared when I wiped away the tears from my eyes, and my backpack was again sitting on the chair. I prayed to him when he left. I told him how much I missed him. Again, I don't know for sure if I dreamed the whole thing, but it felt real, and I knew why he came to see me. The next time I opened my eyes, I'd woken up naturally. I was pretty OCD about the clock alarm in my room. I'd probably roll over 4 or 5 times to check that little switch, make sure it was pointed on. And even though I'd checked 4 or 5 times, I'd sometimes check a 6th or 7th, just for good measure. But I woke up late that day. I urgently grabbed my alarm clock from the table, and it wasn't even plugged in. The short brown cord swung around as soon as I lifted it. My new plan was to catch everyone at lunch. I got dressed in the first clothes that I could find on the ground, and I threw my backpack on. My mom was laying on the couch when I left my room. I walked past her and she told me good morning, but didn't ask why I wasn't at school. I told her good morning and left. If my dad would have been there, he for sure would have been my first kill. I would have been doing my mom a favor by doing it, but he wasn't there. I grabbed a few quarters from the ashtray before I left so that I could take the city bus. There was a bus stop a few blocks from the school. I could just get dropped off and walk the rest of the way there. There wasn't many people on the bus when I got on, and it was easy to find a seat by myself, rows away from the other riders. I set my backpack down in between my legs, and the bus took off. I thought about my uncle. I thought about what I was about to do. I wanted someone to catch me before I went through with it. I was having an internal battle. There was an angel and a devil dueling on my shoulders, and the angel needed help. As the bus doors opened at another stop, people got off and these 2 kids got on. They looked identical to each other, girls, probably 7 or 8. Young kids dressed in white button-ups and blue skirts. Looked like they were from a private school. One of the girls was being pulled by the fattest iguana I've ever seen. Instead of a normal meal like crickets, it looked like its diet consisted of cake and cookies. Its long tail whipped ankles as it made its way down the aisle, tugging on the leash. When I looked up, they were both already looking at me, smiling all weird as they moved down the rows of empty seats towards me. Then one sits right next to me, and the other, with the iguana, sits in the row in front of me, turned around in the seat so that her knees are facing me. In a nutshell, our conversation went like this. I ask, "What?" They respond in sync, "Hi." Most of the things they said were like that, between them, the same words at the same time. So they say hi and I ask, "What?" again. They ask why I'm not in school. I say I woke up late and that's where I'm going. I ask why they aren't in school. And they say, "We don't need school," and giggle together. I'm like, cool, whatever, and turn toward the window. From the seat in front of me, the iguana climbs down and under the seat. and I don't notice him in between my legs until he's got a hold of my backpack. I felt a tug, and I heard the metal clang inside. When I looked down, there was an obese lizard giving one of my zipper keychains the old-fashioned death roll. I started to unzip the bag, and I went to grab it, but I'm sure that only opened the bag more, because the gun, an extra magazine, fell out onto the bus floor by my feet. The iguana continued to twist the backpack with my arm now entangled with it, and I couldn't retrieve my fallen items before the girls simultaneously go, "Oh," and the one next to me picks up the gun and the magazine from the ground. I tell her to give it to me, but she holds on to it. The other twin leaned way over her seat to get a good look at what her sister was holding. When I get my hand freed from the bag, the iguana keeps it tightly held in its teeth and skitters away to the seat in front of me with my bag. I ask them desperately to please give me my stuff back, but they ignored me, staring at the shiny gun. Then one twin hands it off to the other twin, and she puts the magazine and the firearm back into my backpack. I feel the bus slow down and the brakes approaching another stop. Both girls stand up like they're getting ready to leave. The one holding the iguana's leash throws my bag over her shoulder and starts to leave her tow of seats. That's when I grabbed her shoulder and said, "Wait." But as soon as I did, the other twin immediately starts crying and screaming, "You leave my sister alone, you pervert." She had real tears coming down her face as she fake pounded at my back with her fists. A few passengers turned around and see all the commotion. Someone says, "Let go of her." And at that moment, I knew it was over. The twins and the obese reptile get off the bus and run away. I still had a few more stops to sit and think about what had happened as passengers stared at me like I was a pariah. I had nothing else planned for the day, so I ended up going to school. Making that choice set off what I believed to be my final divine intervention. When I got there, I'd already missed 3 periods, and the last one hadn't let out for lunch yet, so the hallways were completely empty. And the first person I saw was a school guidance counselor. I hadn't had many talks with her before that day, but she strolled up to me, asked why my eyes were red and glassy, why I was late. I wasn't high, I'd been crying, and I asked to be in the safety of her office to continue my story. Ms. Carol Owens listened to me and saved my life that day. I don't know what I would have done if I hadn't walked into that school and talked to her. She helped me get in touch with family advocates to help with my home situation and therapy paid by the state. Whether it be a series of divine interventions or luck, I was able to get the help I needed when I was at my rock bottom lowest. I can't say this enough. If you're having dark thoughts, reach out to someone, anyone. Don't give up. And if you think you've got a buddy going through something, reach out to them. You don't know how much a phone call means to someone until their number's no longer in service. Never give up on yourself or on others. Have I ever gone missing with lost time? I have. I had been living in the infamous Blue House for 3 years. Prior to moving, our family had just experienced a new brush with death from CO2 poisoning in the home. The home was clocked at lethal levels. The fire investigator never could find the cause, meaning there was no official leak. To this day, it's still listed as a paranormal event with the city police and fire department. So we decided it was time to move out after that event. We'd moved everything over to a new home, and I was at the Blue House cleaning it for the new owner. There was a knock at the door. I went to look, but no one was there. As I was walking away from the door, I suddenly felt like the wind was knocked out of me. I rushed towards my bedroom where my purse was to get my rescue inhaler, but I never made it. That's the last thing I remember. When I woke up, I was falling from a standing position. slamming into the wall of the living room at the Blue House. I was colder than I'd ever been in my entire life. I was very disoriented with the furnishings all gone. I didn't know where I was. I went into the bathroom and looked into the mirror. I was so cold my teeth were chattering and my lips were blue. I ran a hot bath, climbed in as quickly as I could. My cell phone had been in my bra and had fallen to the ground when I'd gotten undressed. I retrieved it, called my boyfriend while still in the tub. He answered, and I started crying. "I'm confused. I just woke up and I'm so cold." He said, "Where the hell have you been? You've been missing for over 5 hours. Everyone's so worried." While I was missing for those 5 hours, my boyfriend had checked the Blue House several times, and I was not there. It's unknown to this day where I went or what I did in those 5 hours. I'm unsure if I ever really want to know. Amon is my grandmother's name. She immigrated to the United States from Mozambique during their Civil War. She was a teenager when she made the move. I'm a third-generation U.S. citizen. My culture is my pride, but my culture is mixed with the American lifestyle, as my children will inherit and embrace the American culture more than I do. It's inevitable, and for better or for worse, I think. When Grandma Amon babysat, she used to entertain me by telling me stories of when she was a girl living back in Pemba. Most of her stories were to emphasize how good we have it in America from what she had growing up. But there was a story she told me only once, swearing on everything holy that it was real. Pemba is a coastal city on the peninsula, and all of the residents living near the water know a secret they keep to themselves. They don't share it in fear of the repercussions that it could have on the community. Grandma Amon knows firsthand how real these legends were. In her town, reports of missing locals were only made known from people talking to one another. Fishermen, even some that didn't go too far from shore, their boats would be found floating adrift, empty. Decomposing fish would still be in their nets on the floor from the day's catch. Other fishermen would find these boats, guide them back into port. Usually by the fishing gear, families could recognize who was gone. Everyone knew what had happened to the unlucky crew. The children thought that what the adults told them were tales to keep them home safe. It was talked about in a way of the Agawi. They resemble America's Bigfoot. Amon's mother forbade her from playing by the water at night, and she would tell Amon stories of her encounters with these monsters. But as Amon's future daughter would to her, she ignored her mother's warnings. She knew about the dangerous animals that lived around her. Venomous snakes and crocodiles were a constant threat that she grew up learning to predict and avoid. When Amon is a teenager, she falls in love with a boy who is about to go off to the war. In an act of romance, he blindfolds Amon and guides her down a rocky path to the edge of a dock where a rowboat with flowers, chocolate, and an oil lantern are sitting, with a bottle of wine the boy had stolen for their occasion. He'd picked a quiet part of the water, away from the reptiles that nested along the long shoreline and the rocks. The boy stables the boat and helps Amon step in. Then, knee to knee, the boy turns the oars, pushing them forward and backward until they're far enough from land not to be spotted, but still close enough to see the dock. The water was calm in the inlet, and the stars shone bright in the sky. They were enjoying their time together, but before the bottle of wine could be popped, they felt the side of the boat get bumped. Both of them hushed down and huddled together in the boat. The bump that they felt vibrate through the old wooden boat wasn't heavy like a crocodile's curious push on the bow. The bump was better said as 2 knocks, then 2 more. The boy attempts to show courage for Amon. He grabs the lantern and slowly Both of them leaned their heads over the edge of the boat, with their light source extended over the water. The boy leaned out further with the lantern. It didn't illuminate much of the darkness around them, and even less of the water, but it was enough for them to check for disturbances in the waves. There were no fins, no large ripples parting the water. Wherever the boy moved the light, the water below him was calm. Aman is also following the lit areas with her eyes, but something tells her to look straight down, just under the surface of the water, closest to the boat. Pressed against the side of the boat, looking up at her, are two pairs of eyes that reflected the lantern's light, like small white crystal balls in the water. They quickly retreated as the lantern grew closer. But in that brief moment that their eyes met, Aman gasped and pulled the boy back into the boat, just as one of the creatures ascended towards them. There was a big splash that sent water spraying into the boat. Not only did it drench the two teenagers, but it extinguished the lantern, as well as spilling it over, leaking oil all over the boat. The moon was their only source of light now. The boy scrambled for one of the oars to use as a weapon. They sat close together in the dark and listened to the creature swim around the boat. Neither of them knew exactly what it was. Did they just see one big creature with 4 glowing eyes, or 2 separate creatures? Soon, the water got quiet again. Aman and the boy whisper about what they should do next, hoping whatever was messing with their boat had gotten bored and moved on. They decided to put the oars back into the water and attempt to make it back to the docks. As both of them move back to their seats, the knocking starts again from under the boat. This time, it's a consistent pounding coming from multiple parts of the boat. The boy begins to furiously row against the waves, leaning into each pull with all of his might, trying to get their little boat to move faster. With a violent jerk, one of the oars is torn from the boy's hand. He's almost pulled overboard with it, but manages to let go just before losing his balance. With only one oar left to work with, he begins switching from left to right, trying to keep the boat straight, but moving much slower than before. There's nothing Aman can do besides watch the boy as he exhausts himself, fighting the waves. She can feel her feet start sliding forward and realizes that the weight's being shifted to the back of the boat, and the side that she's on is now slowly lifting out of the water. Then, it dropped back into the water with a big splash. If Aman's hands had slipped off the seat that she was holding onto, she would have been sent overboard when the boat was released. The boy gets tossed onto the floor of the boat, hitting his head. He chose to hold on to the oar instead of bracing. For a moment, he's knocked completely unconscious, lying at Aman's feet. She leans down to check on him, but the eruption of more water makes her look back up into the back of the boat. Water was cascading in all directions as 2 human-like arms reach up and into the boat. They were covered in black scales that glistened in the light of the moon. The hands were long and webbed like bat wings. The creature slowly began pulling itself up, climbing over the stern of the boat, or at least attempting to. Its likeness to a human was only by the shape of its upper body. Its features were vastly different. The long waves atop of its head resembled the legs of jellyfish. Its crystal ball eyes were large and very far apart on the creature's face. The front structure of their face, it pushed out like a boomerang, and their mouth opened to reveal rows of sharp teeth. As the monster attempted to pull itself into the boat further, its lower half was exposed, resembling that of an eel. Its eyes and teeth were clearly visible against the night sky, and Aman watched as its hands gripped onto the wooden bench across from her. She then watched the creature look down at the boy, the mouth opened wide, its grin from each side of its face. And then the jaw moved further and further down, widening to grotesque proportions. Out of a panic, Amon screams at the creature, but its attention stays looking down at the boy. The creature attempts to grip the boat further, only its horrific webbed hands seem to be struggling. Amon watches the creature's hands slip from the boat with each grasp, but the boy still passed out. Amon takes the opportunity to grab the second oar. Then, from one end of the boat, she swats at the lantern on the floor, attempting to spread the oil even further, hoping to make it too slippery. The creature uses one of its hands to grab the oar, and that's when Amon realizes that she has to let go of it. But suddenly, she's in control. The oar is released, sending Amon backward onto the boy, where she managed to keep hold of the oar. The water is suddenly loud and filled with a familiar thrashing. Looking out into the water, Amon can see that the creature is now struggling. Something even larger has its grip on the creature, and just before it's dragged under the water, there's an ear-splitting screech, some more thrashing, and then silence. The original threat, the ultimate predator of these very waters, the one that Amon had been taught to fear, had surely just saved her life. Never, in her wildest dreams, did she ever think she'd be so overjoyed to see a giant crocodile. Still absolutely horrified by whatever had just tried to make them their next meal, but deeply grateful to the giant. Shortly after, the boy regained consciousness, but was completely unaware of what had just happened. Amon didn't want to explain, for fear the boy wouldn't believe her, but also, she was in hysterics by then. So, the boy gently grabbed the oar from her and furiously began paddling back towards the dock. Aside from a giant knot on the boy's head, he was otherwise unscathed. Still, Amon couldn't believe the chances. She couldn't believe the whole thing had just in fact happened to her. One moment she was sure her date was about to die, be killed by something unthinkable, and now, on their way safely to shore. My grandmother didn't touch those waters again. She learned a hard lesson, and she urged her own children down the road not to make the same mistakes. Though some of them would, they wouldn't pay the same consequences. My uncle did lose his toe at some point in his youth to a Goliath tigerfish, so there were lessons being learned. I love my culture, I really do, but I don't understand the allure to tempt dangerous waters, especially at night, and maybe it's because I've never had to. But I'm just happy with a swimming hole, a saltwater pool on a sunny day. Possibly my grandma's lessons did in fact work on me. There's something deep inside of me that tells me to stay away from open waters, especially at night. And luckily, it would appear my daughter shares the same fears. How do I start this without triggering the kiddos? I was highly considering sleeping forever right off the tallest bridge that I could ride my bike to a few months ago. I was in a really dark spot in my life. I still am, but now I'm able to look at it from a different perspective. Slightly more hopeful rather than pessimistic. I'm a firm believer that life is what you make it. Like a ball of clay, the possibilities of what it could be are endless. Its quality represented only in the effort its potter has invested. To say life is what you make it ignores circumstances and all it involves. It's true, each one of us are handed a piece of clay, but as we mold, groove, and smooth these blocks with time, we begin to notice that the mineral composition of our clay is vastly different from our neighbors. The effort it took one person to create their ceramic bowl of life is primarily reliant on the quality of clay they're working with and additional support from tools. This past year, I've been feeling like the clay I was handed has recently hardened and crusted from neglect. About 5 years ago, I essentially abandoned my friend group, not from a dramatic falling out. I just didn't care anymore. I just started my internship at a tattoo shop, and in order to impress my mentor, I needed to go above and beyond. My mentor was also a female, meaning that although I'd never degrade my artistic worth by exposing some cleavage for a job, this option was now completely off the table. Mostly off the table. She didn't give me that curious vibe, so I mentally put the option off the table. I had to take this seriously, and I couldn't be hungover or showing up to work. I needed to increase my gallery of work. Besides doing little pieces here and there for my portfolio, my lifestyle was no longer in sync with the friends I'd grown up with. At the end of the first year, I got a permanent chair at the shop. I moved closer to work, and it was only one town away, but it still felt symbolic amongst the girl group. They and I were no longer going to be walking distance from each other. Our bond was severed with well-intention. I know it affected them more than it did me, because I knew they didn't understand what it was like to have a dream. Otherwise, they'd be doing the same thing in pursuit of theirs. It feels pretentious to say this, but it's true. You either find a passion worth giving your life to, or you watch passively on the sidelines until the game is over. I left in 2020, right after COVID lifted. 3 years passed by, so 2023, none of my friends reach out anymore, understandably. They know I would have given them a sorry girl to whatever they invited me to. Looking on social media from time to time, I see that they haven't strayed from their usual routine of drinking. I become depressed. Not because I missed my old life, but because I don't feel like this one has started yet. The traction I was hoping to get with my permanent position hasn't been enough for me to comfortably afford rent, bills, or food. It's the most alone I've ever felt in my life. I was losing purpose, and one night, after an especially draining session with one of the rudest clients I've ever worked with, I was all done. I passed the gas station while my car was on empty. It had long enough to get me home, and I didn't plan on driving it the next day. When I pulled into an apartment complex, I took my bike lock key off my lanyard and left the rest of my keys on the seat. I didn't even go inside. I unlocked the bike and rode for miles, spiraling in negative thoughts up until I got to the bridge. This bridge is tall. It used to be a section of a railroad that was abandoned and repurposed. It looks off a deep river and evergreen forest. I left my bike at the bottom of the stairs and began to climb these stairs that led to the trail up the tracks. I can hear water splashing against rocks in the distance. I keep thinking, okay, this is it. Here I go. I'm really doing this. I do this on repeat until I make it to the actual bridge. The rushing water is loud, and I feel my stance weaken in stride, almost subconsciously pulling me back. I pick the left side of the tracks because the wind isn't blowing my hair in my face. I've come all this way, miles and miles from my home, set on doing this. But as I'm hyping myself up, there's an earth-shaking roar that sends me backwards in shock. I stay frozen where I landed. The sound is enough to shake the birds out of the trees, a sight I've only seen in movies. And then I hear a second guttural screech before the original thing roaring joins in the screaming match. There are 2, maybe 3 big creatures fighting somewhere close by. I think it came from across the train tracks, just like my side. Besides the open bridge above the river, I'm on a dark wooded trail. The sounds of breaking rocks, tree branches, and presumably bones, they were all heard with disturbing clarity. Eventually, one of the creatures had clearly gained the upper hand in the combat, and having to listen as the other lost was the most unsettling, terrible thing I've ever heard. Shrill octaves forever burned into my eardrum. I hadn't dared to move yet, The commotion sounded just across the train tracks. It was a 20-yard dash from end to end. I couldn't move, even if I wanted to. More noises started echoing from the other side of the bridge. This time, what I was hearing wasn't the sound of monsters fighting. Something large was being dragged through the gravel, accompanied by two very heavy footsteps, and they were walking my way. It walked in a 1-2, 1-2 pattern. I don't know of any animal that walks in a two-step pattern while holding its prey. I also wasn't trying to find out. My legs suddenly got strength, and I bolted. I didn't want to see what was going to come across those tracks. I sprinted through the pitch-black forest until I reached the bottom of the stairs. It didn't sound like I was being chased, but that didn't stop me from jumping on my bike and pedaling out of there the fastest I've ever pushed a bike. During the 2.5 miles of forest I had to breach before entering civilization, I rode at Tour de France speeds, last day finish line behavior. When I got to my apartment, I was absolutely physically exhausted. I had a headache from dehydration, but as I flopped onto my couch, something came over me, and I couldn't help myself but to laugh until I was in tearful hysterics about all of the insanity I'd just experienced. I went there feeling at my absolute most depressed, to the most scared and confused I've been in my life. I'm honestly traumatized by it. I can't believe that's the thing that stopped me from going through with what I'd gone there to do. I called the shop and took a couple mental health days where I had time to talk to a therapist. Talking to someone really does help. I also had time to sit and reflect, and philosophically speaking, if I'm living up to my own words, I've got a passion that's worth giving my life to, and I'm not going to leave the game midway through. If my dad taught me anything before having an affair and leaving the family, it was this: play until the end. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and you'll never know if you don't try. I wish that didn't oddly coincide with his infidelities, but it also did with mine, and I'm making it mine. Life is absurd, so try to laugh more while experiencing existence. Please do not try this, ever. Knowing what I know now, this is probably one of the most idiotic things I've done. I not only put myself in danger, but also my family and friends. Also, this happened about 15 years ago, so I'll relay all that my memory serves me. I'm no longer in contact with the friends this story involves, so forgive me if I forget details. Anyway, when I was younger, a teenager, I was obsessed with the paranormal. My high school buddies and I thought that it would be a great idea to get stoned in my parents' garage and construct a Ouija board. It was after school one afternoon when we implemented our plan. We arrived at my parents' house and got right to work finding supplies to make the board. And if I remember correctly, we found an old shot glass to use as a planchette. We decided to ask the most provoking questions that you could think of. Everything the internet told us not to ask, whatever was on the other side. But we wanted a big response. We wanted something crazy to happen. We got a response almost instantly, and we each thought that the others were moving the planchette to mess with each other. But we soon found out that it was real. I believe that I was the one asking most of the questions. I remember asking, "When did you die?" The planchette moved to the numbers we scrawled on the board. The exact year escapes me, but it was sometime in the late 1980s. I know I asked the spirit's name, but I can't remember the name, so we'll just call the spirit Robert. Robert would not disclose how he died, although he did say that his favorite band was Nirvana, which is relevant later. We had a classic rock mix playing in the background, and he seemed to enjoy this. Unfortunately, I don't remember most of the conversation, but I do remember we didn't say goodbye when the session concluded. That night, my friends left except for one who stayed the night. We'll call her Jane. For this part, I'll need to describe the layout. It was an old house with a weird setup. When you enter through the front door, there was a medium-sized living room with a huge bay window facing the street. Going further into the house, on the left was the kitchen. Beyond that was a glass door, behind which was a sort of family room. And then the backyard, which led to the garage. Jane and I were chilling in the kitchen later that night, and we were seated at the kitchen table. Jane was sitting with her back towards the glass door that leads to the family room, and I was facing her and the door. We were chatting quietly as my family was sleeping. She was talking, and as I was looking at her, something behind her caught my eye. The glass door was cracked open, but it was slowly opening, wider and wider. As soon as I pointed at the door and she turned to look, it slammed shut very forcefully. It was so damn loud I was sure my parents would wake up and that we'd be in trouble. But no one woke up or yelled at us to be quiet. We got so freaked out, we quickly retreated to my room, past the front living room. We talked in my room for quite some time, and nothing else weird happened until we went to sleep. I woke up in the middle of the night to a strange, low scratching noise. At first, I couldn't figure out where it was coming from. I don't think that Jane woke up. So I got up, and I tried to decipher where the sound was coming from. Finally, I realized it was coming from my closet. The door was closed, and I knew there was nothing in there that should be making that noise. The only pet we had in the house was an old border collie, and he slept in my parents' room at the end of the hall. I jumped back into bed and threw the covers over my head, and I tried to ignore the sounds coming from the closet. I don't know how long it took for me to go back to sleep, or even if I did, but the next thing I knew, it was morning, and Jane had to go back home later that day. We decided to go to the garage to smoke, and the air felt so heavy as soon as we stepped inside, like we shouldn't be in there, even though we chilled in the garage countless times before. We went back in the house, sat on the couch in the living room instead. We were either talking or watching TV, but I think at that point I went into some sort of trance. Jane told me later that I suddenly stopped responding to her, and that I wasn't moving even though my eyes were open. The only thing I remember before coming to was the feeling of the back of the couch sinking in. I felt as though I was being slowly sucked into the couch, and my back felt so hot. It was like there was a fire getting closer and closer to my back. Then, right before I snapped out of it, I felt hands on me, like they were trying to grab me and pull me even further into the couch. I know it might sound dumb, but I thought I was being pulled into hell. I'm aware that there's no demonic portals in my parents' couch that leads to hell, but I swear to you, this is what it felt like. When I finally snapped out of it, Jane was looking at me with a look of concern on her face, and I felt like I was having a panic attack. I can't remember much after that, but her parents arrived to pick her up short after, and she left. That night, I was absolutely terrified to sleep in my room. So, being the dumbass I am, I decided I'd crash on the hell couch with the TV on all night. I didn't think I'd sleep, but at some point I must have fallen asleep. I don't know what time it was when I suddenly woke up with a jolt. The TV I know for a fact I left on was now turned off. In its reflection, I could see the bay window slightly illuminated by the streetlight outside. Then I noticed it, a figure standing behind me, so tall it touched the ceiling, its head and neck craned down to stare at me. It was so black that it was darker than anything else in the room, and it was motionless. I just feigned to still be sleeping. I don't remember slipping back into a slumber, but just like the previous night, before I knew it, it was morning. I decided to take a shower. Upon undressing, I noticed my side was sore and hurting pretty bad. When I took off my shirt, I looked, and there were deep scratches in the shape of the Nirvana logo. That wonky smiley face. At that point, I knew Robert wasn't just a spirit. This was a demon. I don't know why I never told my parents what was going on, but one day my dad, who didn't believe in the paranormal, told me that he was taking a shower when all of a sudden the faucet turned on its own, and the water got so hot so suddenly it scalded him. Now I was pissed. I had allowed a demon to mess with my family. I promised myself I'd never mess with a Ouija board or even be around one ever again. I begged a Catholic friend of mine to come over and bless the house and the garage. She agreed and brought a bunch of supplies for the blessing. Afterwards, we disposed of the board and we prayed. Nothing happened in that house ever again, and we ended up moving a couple years later. As an adult, I'm a Christian, and I've still had experiences with the paranormal after this story, but now I know I'm protected and how to rid demonic energy from my life. I apologize if this ending is a little anticlimactic, but thanks for listening. And please, be very cautious when dealing with things we don't fully understand. It could have disastrous consequences.